Good morning. Well, D-Day. He's left himself an out. Oh, by the way, I'm Danny the Heck, aka the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. Shavas is meant to be launching today. 100% finished. Everything's ready to go after waiting over 100 and how many days are we up to? 106 days. I think I got that number right. It's meant to be launch day today. However, he did leave himself an out. He says that after his team will inform him and he will have a cup of tea and he'll scratch his head and he'll get lucky to look at the certificates, whatever technical ability she has, I do not know. He said that it will be 100% ready to launch today. So don't hold your breath, kids, because the chances of it happening are a 99.99999% with a minus in front of it. It will not launch today. They cannot afford to launch today. It's just utterly ridiculous, the fact that he's actually said that. But who knows? It'd be awesome to see it launch today. It'll give us some fresh content, won't it? But it won't happen. But he did leave himself an out. He said, if, he said maybe Sunday, which today is Sunday in New Zealand, but you're living in Saturday. I live in New Zealand here, and it is 3 minutes to 6 a.m. in the morning. Now, if you haven't been listening to our other shows lately, they actually were chirping like a canary, telling everyone that they were a DAO. They have provided fraudulent information to the state of Wyoming, and they've been struck off as a DAO. So that's why that, if you looked at my picture, you'll see that that's exactly what they've done. So that what I just had up there was actually, I'm just going to bring up a lovely little picture so we can spend quite a lot of time doing my thumbnails. I do that because I just love them. But there you are. So they were trying to register themselves as a DAO called Affiliate Marketing 3.0, but they have been administratively dissolved, which is just fantastic, isn't it? So they actually are trading now as an illegal entity because they were trying to make them. They actually had received approval to do what they were doing, but now there's no way they can get that back because when it's administratively dissolved, if you have a look at it, what they've got. So this is the actual document here from the state of Wyoming in the status. So it's inactive, administratively dissolved or revoked, no agent. This entity has failed to maintain a registered agent in the state. So that's massive. And then you've got archive. This entry has come to the end of the life cycle and can no longer reinstate. So whatever Shavas claims that he can say, because the other day in the Hindi meeting, he did allege to how they've got to fix this, but there's no fixing it. So they've lost their DAO status. So they're not a DAO. However, we'll get emails from them, not correspondence from them saying that they are a DAO. So that's just quite interesting, isn't it? Now I'll just check my my sound here. Now, hopefully I'm sounding all right. You can hear me nice and clear. I sat here for an hour the other day talking to myself. I can see that my sound's working. But once we go live, if we get to go live, they've already restarted the Zoom meetings 3 times. It may be a different saga. So if you do pop into the chat room and you hear that I'm sitting here going, please let me know. And also I'll try not to let their sound dominate my sound. But it's quite exciting because I'm wondering what excuses Shavas will come up with. And we did have a photo of Lucky, which I will try to bring up, traveling business class or first class on the way from London to Dubai. Now, because the Vietnamese community have got so involved and so excited about Boomerang, I do believe that they will keep stalling so they can sell more licenses. So we have tracked. Now, originally, we used to go to app-boomerang. Let's see if we can get that Boomerang. And this is where we used to find the Boomerang website. Because this website went down, that means they didn't have any public identifier. And that was one of the reasons they actually lost their DAO. If you went to MetaMask publishing, this is what the warning that people were getting when they went to the website. When you went to the website one stage, you could actually see all the trades, and they were doing simulated arbitrage trading. So this was someone who realized that they were faking it. And this was somebody who went along and traded $7 on the blockchain. Blockchain don't lie. And they actually made $1,487 from a $7 arbitrage trade. Now, this actually did borrow money from a Aave flash loan provider. And if you go to the fourth line, and the fourth line was actually more than the third line, that means they lost. So every single transaction, every single arbitrage trade they did that we tracked, and we're talking 1,000 at least I've looked at, all failed to make a profit. So what they were doing is they had another wallet address that you could see was feeding people's MetaMask wallets. So people would buy a $500 license, and then they would get $1,500 worth of flash loan money to play with. But they were literally paying money into people's MetaMask wallet to give people the false sense of security that they were actually making money. So the Avengers and myself, we actually found the wallet address that they were paying into people's MetaMask wallets. So once MetaMask flagged them as fraudulent, then that was game over for them. So everyone who was doing trading at that point, it stopped. So that's because they let this wallet that was feeding people's wallets, thinking they were doing fake trading, dry. We actually went and manually topped up their wallets, and we did a video about that. And once we did that, the trading resumed, and we could tell people if they went and picked Aave, and if they went and picked Ratmatic, and they traded, like, say, $50, we could actually predict exactly how much arbitrage money they would be paid out. So that was a bit embarrassing, no doubt, for Shavas and the crew. And you can even see this USDT from Binance here. I actually didn't know what I was doing, and I topped it up with $2. That's my $2 there, Shavas. I want that back. And also, Shavas, you said to me in a Zoom meeting, face to face, as you do in Zoom, that if I come up with your last name, you would give me $10,000. Well, I found your last name, didn't I? Because if you go to our YouTube account, they've got a couple of videos here that just basically condemn Shavas as a liar. And if you are interested in, investing in this, then you really need to do a little bit more research. So if you click on videos on my YouTube channel, I've been uploading videos that condemn people who are promoting these Ponzi schemes that I go after. But if you go down here enough, you'll find one with him actually when he first come onto the scene about 2 years ago, working for a company called Hyper One, which was actually owned by Sam Lee. Now, Sam Lee's been charged for serious fraud in connection to. See, this is a video that's private, and this is what I'll give people who need it. Now, you won't hear the sound because I haven't got the sound on. Actually, I will actually make the sound happen. I'll just in this
and
video
that
here,
is
while we're
going to
waiting,
coming
Shavas actually
systems,
talks
new and
about,
upcoming projects.
let
So,
me look for it.
company of
I'll just shut him up
I
anyway.
request more the
So
members
this is
to
when he was working
please
for a
drop out
group called
hypertext
So this is where
and
Shavas was
give
actually now, you might think Shavas is running the show, but Shavas is actually a puppet, and he's working for a Hypertech Group. So you can see here, Hypertech Group, and here he is talking about how he's working for Hypertech Group. So over time, this actually morphed into him working for Stable Opinion and Stable DAO, which is owned by Sam Lee. He's been charged for his connection to serious fraud in the connection with Hyperverse, which is a $1.9 billion Ponzi scheme. Now that's unusual because America's charged him, but he's an Australian citizen. So lots of interesting things happening, and then also we've got some amazing documents. So there was a document where the Security Exchange have actually summoned him to appear in the district United States District Court. So, you know, it goes on and on and on. I don't want to bore you guys who watch my channel all the time. But first of all, the state of California actually filed a decease and refrain order for We Are All Satoshi. Now, We Are All Satoshi is actually the company that theoretically is affiliate marketing 2.0, and they were trying to start up affiliate marketing 3.0, but they're doing it all under the umbrella of We Are All Satoshi. So if you have a read of this 6-page document here, they go through and they explain the investment structure, the whole 9 yards. And basically, if you were promoting We Are All Satoshi, you're doing illegal activity. But when you go to We Are All Satoshi's website these days, you know, you can see the affiliate marketing 2.0, but it's these are all the people. You can actually see people in the meetings that we're hopefully about to get into, which haven't started yet, by the way. You can go through here and actually see these same people in here today, but all under the. So this is We Are All Satoshi. Their domain name got removed. They used to be called weareallsatoshi.org, and then they had that domain name removed. So then they went and got another one called weareallsatoshi.ai. And then the website went offline and no one could log in. They were dead in the water, and they went and registered was.network. And now they have got that website. And for some reason, they can't. Well, I don't know whose they are, but I presume their website is getting removed for a reason. Now, we're about to go live here, so I will need some privacy. I'll get the sound going first, and we'll see what excitement we have today. Now, hopefully, you'll be able to hear the sound. I'd like to know if you can hear the sound of the meeting. We will connect the audio first. But what I was going to say is this page that you're looking at from the state of California, they actually added this, which is actually quite amazing. I'll just fix the sound up.
This disclaimer is issued with the primary objective of safeguarding the reputation and integrity of We Are All Satoshi Was. It unequivocally states that any allegations linking the company with Sam Lee or any other individual are unfounded and without merit. By affixing my name below, I affirm the accuracy and legality.
Hold up, we need to just fix the sound up here first. Something's not quite right. So basically, after that happened, Shavas basically stamped his name on it. Now, Shavas works for Hyper Tech Group, and he thinks that he can just basically put his name at the bottom of it. He's not associated with the company, then carry on using the same website, the same branding, the same everything. What it tells me is I don't believe Shavas is in charge. I think Shavas could be working under jurist even for Hypertech Group. Hypertech Group is meant to be owned by Ryan Zhu. Now, when I was in the New York Times, the company reached out to me because I was in the New York Times, and they said, if you can help us find Ryan Zhu, please let us know. Because they basically said that he was connected to human trafficking. One of the compounds that was actually owned by one of Ryan Zhu's associates. So this could be a larger criminal network that rather than Shavas, because we've never have seen Shavas's team or anything, have we? Now we've got a bit of problems here, so I just need to click the right button so you can't see what I'm doing. Otherwise, they watch my lives and they shut me off. So there we go. So there we go. Now I'll just see if we can get that going. And for some reason, we have got terrible sound. But let's see if we can fix that. And I can see we already have a problem. And hopefully it will come right in a second. And I'll make sure that way it's absolutely shocking. Hold up. Microphone. Uh-oh. What just happened then? Something just happened. Right, sorry guys, we'll get there in a second. We've got music going there, so you're not missing anything. But yeah, it's been quite a roller coaster watching this company. I've busted quite a few scams, but this one here is quite colourful, quite comical, which is amazing. We have over 600 people in here, so they haven't got as many people as I thought they would have. Now, every time they say that Shavas is coming to the meeting, we seem to receive a ton of people to the Zoom meetings, which is actually quite breathtaking. And then he does a no-show. So now they're going to give a riot act about how they're going to sue me if I broadcast their meeting. But remember, they are no longer an entity. They're actually trading illegally. So let's see what we can get here, and I'll see if I can bring that up. Oh, I just stuffed up then. 1 second, please, caller. And we'll bring that up. And we'll see what we can do for you. Nice to have you here, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Be sure to like the video and participate in the poll. Oh, good on you, Susie. You're awesome. Nice to see you here, Susie. Thanks for the tip. There's no sound, by the way. We will hopefully have sound in a second. They'll be reading the riot act. I love this riot act, though. This is really classy. Here they are telling me that they're going to take me to court. I wish they would take me to court for rebroadcasting their information, simply because they're an entity.
Legal disclaimer. You are viewing a We're All Satoshi official presentation on Affiliate Marketing Model 2.0. All products, services, their component parts and operating methods and systems either provided by or created by We Are All Satoshi belong solely to We Are All Satoshi. All IPs are protected. Anyone copying, distributing or reselling any We Are All Satoshi product without express permission risks serious legal consequences. Any unauthorized broadcasting, live streaming or social media sharing of We're All Satoshi presentations is strictly prohibited. Downloading and re-uploading presentations without permission violates copyright law and may lead to legal consequences.
Hopefully we should.
At this time, Shavez is on a call.
Oh my God, really?
And so he has asked us to go ahead and get started.
So get gaslighted with a meeting is what she's saying, and try to get some more signups.
Is ready. He will let me know, and I will close out the breakout rooms and bring everybody back together. But let's go ahead. This is Saturday support, so I hope you have your pen and your notebook ready with the questions that you're
I didn't know it said day support.
Going to ask. Do me a favor. Once you get in the breakout rooms that will be announced soon, what is going to happen is the text will be there. And what I need for you to do is, if you want to share your screen, I need for you to already be on the screen that you want to share. So if you want to share your WAS back office, please make sure that you've already entered your WAS back office username and password and all that, and have it ready to show. So once you hit the share button, it's there, voila, okay? And we don't have to share your password or anything of that nature. This is for safety, and if you
so remember, MetaMask have already flagged this company
instructions as far as security is concerned.
As a
now
scam,
also the same thing with MetaMask,
not to connect your MetaMask
the
wallet
BTC
to their DApp, which is down anyway.
Make sure that you're
So
open to the
it doesn't get any better than this, guys.
Password that they to the DApp that you want to go ahead and use.
Now hopefully you can hear them in the background. And while we're doing this, I'm actually going to share a different type of window.
Just excuse me. All right.
Now I wonder what Shavas is. Another Zoom. They always use the same excuses.
Also, when you get into the breakout room, you need to have your video on with your human face in the video in order to ask a question.
All right.
And good. So make sure that
if you put your hand up right now, you'll be kicked out of the room.
And try to keep it one question
Don't
per
try.
raised hand so that we may get through as many questions as possible. We only have 1 hour, and so we want to be able to go ahead and utilize that hour efficiently and effectively and give everybody a chance to be able to ask their questions. And again, please do not stay in the breakout room, in the main session.
Yeah, they make it
Okay?
hard for me to
Go
stay in here.
to
Actually,
the
that's why I
breakout
have
rooms.
multiple
I
streams.
promise you, as soon as Shavez comes, I'm going to close out the breakout rooms, and everybody
So
will
we've got
funnel
950
back
people in
into
here at the moment. It will be a bit jumpy because I'm asking my computer to do some pretty
So
strange things.
I will get a heads up on that. So thank you all very much for your cooperation. And Nonike, would you please read out the breakout rooms?
Yes.
Any
Room one
contact
was
information about
back
these
office
people that
issue.
you have, please do
Room
go to my
two,
website
Boomerang and
and
rewards
submit
issue.
it to me
Room
so we can have it. I really
Room
appreciate
three,
the tips that we get from
MetaMask
the
and
public.
security issues. Room four, BTC20 DApp mining issues. Room five, Hindu WASP issues. Room six, Spanish WASP issues. Room
So if you missed the first part of my
7,
meeting,
tech.
this entity
Room
has
9
actually
is a
lost its
tech room.
status as a DAO. And there's and it's been
Room
archived, which is the worst
10
state
is a tech room.
ever. It can't be
And
re-enabled
11 is a tech room.
without.
My number's off, but
Okay. If check the options, okay.
yes.
And folks, as so with the Saturday support day, there is no recording
Well, that's a lie.
of and no live stream will be necessary, okay? Because you are sharing your screens and nobody is supposed to be in the main session. So but when Shavez comes, perhaps we can go ahead and modify that. But for right now, that is the policy with Saturday support Zooms, no recording, none of that, no live streaming, okay? All righty. Let us go and
933
the
people, which tells me they're actually
conference
kicking people out
after
left, right, and
something.
center.
all righty.
I forgot the German.
Okay, I'm not seeing too much movement. What's going on?
I'm trying to join the room, but it won't let me join.
Okay, sorry about the guys. I just had a major crash.
Close the room.
So hopefully we've got, now this is where I have to go through all my sound settings again. So I just literally had my computer just said, no, I've had enough.
Take a look at.
If there's a philanthropist
no.
out there and wants to buy me a new proper computer, please give it to me. Yeah, that'd be great. But yeah, no, difficult sometimes. I'm just trying to make sure I've got my sound back to normal.
Yeah.
We have, it says, so it looks like we should be able to hear.
They should be.
Grace is having difficulties getting the breakout rooms going, which is kind of ironic. So maybe that when she flipped up, I don't know why, but it just seemed to have crashed my web browser. I lost Chrome and I lost everything. But there's 806 people in here, which is really strange. So I think they're actually popcorning people out of here left, right, and center. And I think they're trying to keep it open for Shavas to pop back in. So we could lose this at any time. But do participate in the poll. We've got some interesting, I've got quite an interesting poll today. The questions are, will affiliate marketing 3.0 launch? Boomerang today. Now, as I was going on about earlier on, they've lost their DAO status and they were trying to become a DAO. They did actually become a DAO because they built their company structure on it because they wanted to become a legal entity, which means because they've lost their DAO status, they're now trading as a legal entity. And if you haven't kept up with current events, we've actually tracked over $140 million from this scam alone. We've done a ton of reporting to authorities and the like. But recently, you may have noticed in the news, a lot of people are getting arrested for their connection to Hyperverse. It's taken 2 years, and I've been chasing on the tail of this dragon for 2 years at least. So it's absolutely amazing. You're not missing much. I think it's not just me. I think they have been hassles with the breakout room. So I'm trying to get into a breakout room. And I won't tell you which ones, but they were literally watching my live broadcast to see. They have somebody dedicated to watch everything I do. So when I do this, I've got to be quite careful. So what you see isn't necessarily what you see, if that makes sense. Give us a minute. We'll hopefully have a bit of a. I know something I haven't done that will help the bandwidth, and it's not my bandwidth. It is literally 1,000 people normally on a Zoom meeting trying to broadcast stuff. Oh my goodness, Naomi has got a picture of Jesus walking. So she's religious. A lot of people in these meetings have got religious connections because they do prey on people who believe in, have beliefs and hope. And that's why they hang on to Shavas delivering this product so much, because it's a parallel with, living in a paradise earth or Armageddon or whatever it is. And then they just preach the fact that this will become a passive income for everyone. Just remember too, everyone in this meeting that's promoting it, 65% of all sales goes to the affiliates platform. 65%. Isn't that incredible? Now, I think I have just been put into a breakout room, or Carl is actually in charge now. Now, Carl is an Australian. He's on the dole. We've brought up his payslip on the computer before, and he earns $738.60 a fortnight. He claims that he has made $350 in an hour doing arbitrage trading. We've also heard rumors that he's been incarcerated before. I can't substantiate that. So it's quite interesting. Now, we've got no sound, sorry, and I don't know what's going on here. So I will actually connect sound to this device as well and see if we can get it going. But boy, it's a crappy internet connection. For some reason, I just might check to make sure I haven't transferred onto my... No, I've got a good internet connection. I think I'm all good to go, but their sound is shocking. So it looks like she's gone. There she is. She's back. I reckon they'll reboot these meetings in a second and we'll have to lose it and we'll get back together. Yeah, I know. I was amazed that I made it back too. I didn't read that right, Susie. I was reading it going, Glad you made it back, Dan. I think, did I tell people I was going on holiday? But I mean back in, that's what you mean. It is actually frozen. It's actually incredible. Nothing seems to happen. I might just shut down everything I don't need just in case I'm using too many resources myself. But I don't actually think I am. I just think it's a crappy internet connection. And as you may be surprised, they don't broadcast these meetings on anywhere. Like yesterday, we got stuck. So we actually went to their YouTube account and watched the live broadcast. And that's actually something they've just started doing again, which is to my surprise. Now, if you're watching this and you have anything to do with Zoom, the program, they're actually breaking Section 8 of Zoom's terms and conditions by promoting a multi-level marketing program. And the Avengers and myself, we used to be able to shut down these meetings on a regular basis because we could prove it. And we had documents in the state of California's PDF where they said that cease and desist and blah. But recently, they don't seem to care. And because they had banned me for sharing Carl Miller's personal details and I broke their terms and conditions, then I corresponded with them and got to be talking to somebody in charge. Now, either they have left Zoom or Zoom literally don't care anymore. Not sure. But however, Zoom carries on to provide them the bank robber, the vehicle to do the robbery, which is quite amazing. Okay, now just out of interest, they have 697 people in the Zoom meeting. They should have 1,000. So the fact is something desperately is going wrong here. And I'm going to try to get the audio going in this room here. And the breakout rooms do not seem to be working. However, the 691 people I see here might actually be not taken into consideration the people that have left and gone into a breakout room. Because on one browser I have 730, and on this one I have 700. So it's and the third one I won't talk about. But by all means, I'll just see if we can get cleverer. So everyone's got their hands up, which is really interesting. So something's not right here, kids. That's my point, and I apologize for the crappy broadcast. Oh, a bit of sound coming through. Okay. If I didn't know any better, you would think I've been forced to go into a breakout room.
Can you double check it for me?
Okay.
Okay, looks like we're... And I'm just going to put the screen up for a bit because I don't want them to know where I am and what I'm doing. Excuse me. I don't know what's going on here. No sound. How exciting is this? I'm kind of tempted to do something I don't normally do, but we might have to actually do it because it's just... just see what happens here. We'll have two lots of sound every now and again, but that's going to be better than what we've got at the moment.
Okay. Joe, can you see the breakout rooms?
So they haven't got the breakout rooms going by the sound of it the way that like.
Joe, can you hear me?
Unstable network connection, it's telling me. Wow. There we go. So obviously he's going to close all the rooms and reopen them, so it's not us, thank goodness. So we do have a poll that you can participate in. Will affiliate marketing 3.0 launch Boomerang today? Now the questions you've got to pick from, sure, if pigs fly. Only if they find the time machine right after they discover unicorns and when hell freezes over. So by all means, have a go and do that while we're waiting for them to get their shit in order.
Anyone hear me?
What about
So this is actually friggin' hilarious that they're having problems. It provides entertainment for me, so I hope you're enjoying it. If you've got any questions, please do put them in the waiting room, which would be really cool. And while they're trying to fluff around and get themselves going, I am actually going to bounce around and educate a few people here. So just as I said earlier on, this is actually the state of Wyoming have actually archived
Thank you. I wasn't getting a
their
single
affiliate
response. I'm going.
marketing 3.0. And the reason they've done so, we read through the PDF documents, is because they provided
I think I
fraudulent
understand
information.
what
So I don't know what else you guys need to know if you're thinking this is real and genuine. So what we did is we went through the actual administrative documents, which I've got on the screen hopefully now. And this shows that this company is actually operating an illegal business for one thing. They have used false information to get their status as a DAO. Then it has been pointed out to them, and it was literally the Avengers, Susie, who's in the chat room at the moment, spent a lot of time writing to the state of Wyoming and say that this company is running a scam. And it literally was hearsay. So they wouldn't do anything about it. But once their website was removed, because the Avengers are basically proving the website's a fraud and doing fake arbitrage trading, they removed the code of the website. Because they removed the code of the website, they lost their status basically as a DAO because they didn't have a public identifier. So that's it. So not only that, that wasn't like, oh, we lost our DAO status. They had 60 days to fix the problem. But because they were provided fraudulent information at the start when they were trying to contact them, the state of Wyoming didn't have any choice but to put them into basically liquidation or close the company down, because a DAO is basically a entity ran by a group of people, a decentralized autonomous organization with limited liability.
People seem to have dropped out as well.
All right, so we'll have a look and see what Carl's trying to do here. This is a shit show, by the way. Not just me.
Joe and definitely Eunice, a couple of them.
I think you should just do what you guys said you were going to do, and that's bring Shavas in here today and actually run the show, because I don't even know why you're providing technical support, because you've got no website online. BTCC isn't running a real token. It's only in their own entity. All the money's been frozen, and people, in my opinion, are still buying licenses. So we might just have a wee look at that at the moment, because we can see everything that's happening with this company. Well, it's not even a company anymore. So I like looking at the main wallet for WOZ. So when you meet somebody who's your friend and they come along and tell you to invest in this Boomerang thing, just bear in mind that 65% of your money is actually going to the affiliates who run this program. And they'll encourage you to set up your account under We Are All Satoshi, so they get that money. And if you go to the blockchain, you can see that even overnight, I can see that more money has been paid into this wallet, because people aren't doing the searching, they're not finding our YouTube channel, and they're just piling their money in. So if you look closely here, you can see the $51 and the $55 is money that people are using to set up their We Are All Satoshi accounts. And if you see 3 in a row, normally it would be somebody setting up their left leg, their right leg, so that they can build their passive income opportunity and promote it to other people. But when you come down here and you see very few $500, so 3 hours ago, two people decided, so $1,000 to buy fake arbitrage trading licenses for a program that hasn't worked for over 106 days. And when it did work, it was only a simulation. So we have tracked $250,000 been paid into this wallet address of We Are All Satoshi in a day. And the Avengers actually tracked over $140 million worth of money being paid in here. So the longer they delay the launch, we saw $80,000 be paid in here about 4 days ago, because they tell everyone that Shavas is coming to this Zoom meeting, and it gets maxed out at 1,000. Then they do a presentation and people buy licenses. So every day they delay the launch, people sign up for licenses. Hence why you see this. And if you look at the people that are running it, we've got a bunch of volunteers that are actually running the system. Now, why would a company that has such amazing technology and a development team behind them use peasants or affiliate marketers to do their promotion? Unfortunately, this I don't believe we're gonna see this is the end of it. I believe that they're gonna get the German team have wised up. The Italian team have also thrown their arms up in the air saying, "Well, you haven't delivered what you said you're going to do." But they actually have got traction in India, and they've got traction in Vietnam, which is absolutely shocking. So if you went to my website while they're trying to fluff around, I actually have evidence of Lucky, who's currently she was on an airplane yesterday going to Dubai to meet Shavas, and they claim they have been certified, and Lucky has received the certificate. And they don't want to show people the certificate because they believe that their competitors will copy what they're doing. And it's just absolutely just lies on lies on lies. But I mean, if it's hard to believe when you think, well, how do I find out this information? Well, we have a team of people who have been doing that. So let's get back to the shit show and see where they're at. We've got 735 people in one window over here, and I've got 551 people in the current window. So let's see if we can tune in and see if they can iron out their problems. I'm tempted to refresh one of my browsers.
Hello?
Does anyone know what room Carl's in?
Are working now. I think the breakout rooms are working now.
Here we go.
It just took a minute because I can see them, and if you don't know how to join the breakout room, stay right here. I'll go ahead and help you get there. If you know how to, if you don't know which breakout room to go to, then um,
learning what?
stay here. I'll help you figure that out. Okay. No,
I've got double sound because I'm logged into two browsers.
room 4 for
Yes.
long. I forgot to mention about the don't ask for help. So please mention that in the breakout help.
Okay.
Still really happening. Interesting. Not very good. I'm sorry, guys. It's interesting. I forgot about KYC details. Yeah. Obviously, Sam controlled that, so they wanted to get away from stable DAOs as soon as possible. I'm tempted.
Just a reminder for those in this room, your virtual hand, and don't send somebody in here. Thank you. Oh,
Mhm.
okay, let me go back.
Okay. Now room 4.
Yeah, so we're all having problems with a little bit. They're all running these. This is not different entities. We've literally found We Are All Satoshi. Sorry, We Global, Blockchain Era, VAV, Stable DAO, Stable Opinion, even Hyperverse, Hyperfund, HyperDAO, all running out of the same building. Yeah, it's really tricky, this. I don't know what to do, actually. I'm sick of it. Working.
Louisa, how can I help?
Look, I don't think I've got a choice, but I think I need to restart Safari, and I may lose my connection, so I'm just gonna have to do that. So if this dies, apologies. At the moment, I just can't believe this, so I'm just gonna quit
Hi, Grace. Which room do I need to be in?
and see if it fixes my problem, because I hate this to be my problem, and at the moment, there's no point being here if we can't. I'm just gonna get rid of one of the web browsers and see if that fixes our problems. I'm actually gonna force quit it. Hopefully, we don't lose this at the same time. Clean.
You're awesome.
Yeah, Safari seem to be causing the problems, which is a pain. Let's try it again. Wish me luck. We'll see what we can do this time. Maybe they've got clever software to ban people like me, eh? That's all. If you guys want to go in here, and worst scenario, I'd love somebody to go in here and actually have a connection, and then if I lose my connection, come into the waiting room and play their sound over their phone, and that might show more confidence. But the breakout rooms, it sounds interesting, but thanks. Okay, there we go. Hopefully we'll be back into a room now. Now we're going to have 2 lots of sound. I really need to keep that going, so it may not be the most pleasant listening experience, but okay. So we're going to go into my favorite. It's unreal, actually. I can't actually get into a breakout room. It's amazing. Hey, Crypto G, nice to see you. I've got a song for you. Just play your song. Okay, it looks like we're going to get this breakout room. Anyone know what room? Good morning, Bob. If do you know what room Carl's in? Anyone? Is it 2? See what happens here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the room now.
Yes. So that everybody knows what's going on. Spirit of Life, Andrea.
Yes, hello, good evening, Carl. I just have a question about the licenses. When I buy a new license, how much time does it take until it's ready for trading?
All right. There is no fixed figure as yet because so many variables come into play. The original plan was that it's going to be in real time, but obviously nothing is in real time except your breathing, if you like. Now, I estimated 10 minutes. Shavez said 10 to 20 minutes at one stage. But at the moment, because there is going to be so much activity, he's asked that people allow 4 to 8 hours. So obviously the recommendation is once you've traded up a portion of your ceiling and you've got enough to buy another pack, activate that process that you have to develop yourself, that process being convert whatever you've earned into a common like USDT, move it out to some platform that has access to TRC20 and Polygon chains, switch that asset to TRC20, send it back into WOS, and then purchase that pack, get that process started, go back to Polygon and to Boomerang, continue trading, And then once you've traded that out, hopefully that new pack will have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. The process will get faster as the activity slows down. You know, the initial rush of anything, that activity, people might step up from a 500 to 1,000 pack, and that means a number of people take longer to add back into that activity. So things will calm down, and as they're going to have to do this in batches. So as the batching sizes or the batching frequency slows down, then the time it takes to have a repurchase active in your boomerang hopefully will come back towards a much more real-time type of time frame.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Life
Patrick.
Andy.
During the testing period, I had 3 wallets. For one, I could see my limits, but the other 2, I couldn't see my profit limits. And my assumption is that the 2 were not whitelisted. When it's going live, will all wallets be whitelisted?
Absolutely, that is the plan. Shavez has said that a number of times on his updates. In fact, as far as we know, the majority have been whitelisted to the new contract, the live contract. All right. So, because of the intellectual property security issues, there was a utility published within the contract that you could check your status of whitelisting and your status of your profit ceiling. That is no longer going to be available. So if you recall on Wednesday, if you were there or on the watch the replay, somebody said, I just checked my whitelisting and it says I'm not whitelisted. And Shavez asked, how did you do that? And the person said, I went to this, and he said, well, that's the old testing contract. Okay. It's no longer valid. So people are still propagating that old utility, and that doesn't exist in effect. Right? So the only way we know for certain that we're whitelisted is when we get the URL, go to the DApp, check your balance.
Okay. The other thing was, you know, the way we are given a free NFT.
They are not minted yet.
Oh, they're not minted yet.
No.
Okay.
I'm waiting on some as well. So just hang on a sec. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. Technically, one question.
Oh my God, really?
So drop your hand and then raise it again, and we'll move on to Wendy.
All right, I'll do that.
You can ask more, but
yeah,
you've got
Carl,
to
there's a new contract address if you haven't kept up
person.
with current events.
Go, Wendy.
All right, thanks so much, Carl. So I was able to replay and just to piggyback on that last question, I was one of the 2,000 that didn't get whitelisted at the very end there.
2,000, my ass, lady.
And so one of the answers that Shavez stated was, if you've got more than one position, so I have 2 positions, and they were both using the same wallet.
account is compromised, and as soon as you trade and the money disappears out of your wallet, we can get that address switched. So if you're somehow managed to have your wallet compromised, don't start trading in it. All right? If you know it's compromised, that is.
Just
If
crashed
you don't
again.
know it's compromised, well,
Something's
you will
happening,
find
man.
out once the money starts disappearing. This is a sweep and box situation. So if you
Okay, mate,
know
yeah.
you're compromised, don't start trading as soon as the URL's listed. Okay? Hopefully we can use this window of cleaning up any issues of anybody who's not whitelisted or not got the correct profit ceiling, because at the end I had one at my main account
talking at the
was
moment.
several $1,000s short of trading limit. So
Carl, you're on the dole.
I can't check that, as I said. I've got to wait till it goes live like everybody else. But those that have discovered in the past that they had a MetaMask wallet compromised,
Shavas is not going to show
hopefully we
today.
can use this
Just
window
another
of
ploy.
cleaning anything that's discovered and get those switched to a different whitelist address.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that detailed answer. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Mike.
One question for me. So Shavez will come on today's Zoom.
Say that again.
Mike?
Shavez will come
Yes, thank
on
you
today's
for
Zoom.
thank you for taking my question. I believe you were getting ready to answer the question a minute ago.
Hang on, Mike.
Okay.
Ranbir, if you keep unmuting yourself without raising your hand and putting your screen on, I'll kick you out.
Okay. So one question for me. Shavez will...
As I said, if you unmute without raising your hand, I will kick you out.
My Avengers in the room.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, I believe you were answering the question prior, but I didn't hear the whole thing. The other gentleman asked about the lines that we were supposed to get for free, and I've got 2 accounts that I haven't received them yet. What's the word on that?
It's unusual that everyone's got the same problem, isn't it?
They will be minted after we go live.
Okay. Oh, whatever, guys.
Very, very good.
And
Thank
just
you.
for people that are waiting on these NFTs unminted, there is an issue with any NFT that's got a token ID of 100,000 or higher. They appear as undefined. You can stake them, but at the moment, I have no idea if there's any plans to fix the switch, but they can't be moved to another account. Probably means they can't be sent to the NFT market and sold. So
people buying this shit.
Be patient with that. Hopefully there will be a solution. But they will mine and they will earn you mine with your CC for you still.
Asked
Big
everyone.
question from you.
I've actually asked everyone to unmute so they can see who's got a mic on or not. That's why I went quiet.
Neat. The answer to that is we are waiting for Shavez to give.
I'm just going to be quiet.
Discover what that
Oh, this is
He expects and hopes
really hard case.
that
So they're obviously
anybody
trying to
that's
get
trying to
me
copy
out of
this
here.
will take up to a year to develop their own version. It gives us a massive market edge, firstly. And he also stated something new that I hadn't heard on Wednesday, which everyone should take note of.
I'm going to try something here, which may kick me out. So just stay in here. If I do, we'll get going. I'm just hanging around here until Shavas turns up, but I have to try something tricky because I'm scared I'm going to get kicked out.
Which means that, and the reason is that in order for Boomerang to sell direct to the public, the ICO to be launched, which is on our chain, which is a good thing. But they're not ready for that ICO.
The meeting has
Therefore,
reached capacity. How about
we
that?
have exclusive use of Boomerang until that happens. So we've got exclusive use and exclusive intellectual property. Big advantage for us. So just be patient. We're waiting for Shavez to finish some other call, which we hope is he's getting that information from, well, at least I hope he's getting that information from the auditors.
No,
and
you
he'll
don't
come
really
on and
believe
say,
that, Carl, do
here we
you?
go.
Come on, mate.
Or he'll come on and say,
You know
okay,
better than this shit.
Monday morning,
Really?
Sunday.
You believe he's getting information from the auditors on a Sunday?
Zoom, which would normally be masterclass, will be a launch. Just wait. Keep in touch. Rambo, have you put your screen on yet? If you don't put your screen on, you won't be called on to start. Your question will just be blocked. So for now, Azeb.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Carol. I think it's a morning for you, right?
Somewhere around 5 a.m., I would imagine. Look, 5:06.
Yes.
All right, my plan worked, so we're safe for a little bit.
Still. Thank you for coming in. Really appreciate it for your time. I know you don't need anything from this information,
That's
but
Carl's
to help
room.
us here, you wake up early morning. We really appreciate for that.
We appreciate
and
you,
then
Carl.
I have another small question, actually.
This lady should give it up and go look after her kids instead.
One MetaMask to other MetaMask.
She's in here all the time asking stupid questions and not getting the answers, and still perseveres.
Developing. So still, do we have to move the miners? The option?
As far as I know, at the moment, you do have that option to can move them around. I'm believing, or I'm certainly hoping, that it's an interpretation of his statement. Whether he was referring to, there's about 106,000 1x miners minted at the moment. And the problem with moving the ones above 100,000 token ID, whether he can fix it or not, I'm hoping he can, or redo something.
106 days of excuses, guys. 106 days of excuses.
A higher number.
Incredible, isn't it?
I don't know. But at the moment, you can move them around. And yeah, it's just, we'll wait and see. I think it's somebody, I don't know of a technical reason why he would stop them moving. It might be that he doesn't want to restart the contract, and therefore
maybe because he's not a DAO anymore and he's trading illegally.
We'll just wait and see. You can ask for the address in your dashboard to be cleared out, and then change to a different wallet address. So if you purchase miners, they will be routed to that new address for you. That's a workaround. And as you buy future packs, for as long as it takes for him to allow for those freebies to be minted, because it's a benefit. It's not compulsory. He can turn that opportunity off. It's just a benefit that we're getting for early uptake. So if he decides that he doesn't want to continue that benefit, he can turn it off. But until that, you just buy.
Okay, we're going to do
packs
some
in
weird shit in a
different
moment. Have you got
wallets,
good ears on you guys?
And then the NFTs will be minted in different wallets.
This could crash everything,
Okay.
by the way.
It's good to spread them in a different wallet that they can still mine 20-25%, because when I put them in one place, they mine a lot, and then the view field is going to be too much. Sometimes when I cannot move it from another wallet to another wallet, there is no option to harvest even 25% of it. So what do you suggest in this, instead of putting them, like a brotherly advice, not for everybody else, just want to clear that. If I put
We're just going to
all
listen to
of
this for a
them
while. I
in
can follow it. Hopefully you guys can as
wallet,
well.
Just put in
what
my
do you
YouTube
think
channel.
that will
But we're in
be
Joe's room. We're in
beneficiary or
Carl's
not?
room. We're in the main room. And there's three lots of sound
You can
coming in.
harvest
And I'm fully aware
you
of
don't
that.
have to focus on 25%. Right? Are you aware of that?
My Telegram I only give out if someone's needs specific help.
So,
I put it out in a public spot. And obviously, I'm going to get hundreds of messages a day, and
let's say 100,000
so
beef
if somebody
fuel
has
you
a
burned,
specific
used
issue,
up, you
then
could
I'm happy to
harvest
give
just
them
1%
that,
of that
I don't want to put it out on here.
divided by
and then
8,
have,
which is
like
0.0125.
100 people messaging me every day because
It's like the old ham
you
radios, guys. You
were
listen to multiple radio channels at the same time.
concerned about capacity to harvest,
not a very nice
then
person.
yeah, just buy packs or move the ones you can move now to a new wallet, and then
I
just
just wanted to say,
let
Kimberly.
them mint the new ones to the space you just left.
we have learned and been able to do everything that I've done so far, including my mining, staking, everything, watching the YouTubes. And what's clutch is that you can go back and rewatch it and rewind it and pause it. There's literally nothing that he does not discuss with this program. So
How about the launch date?
it is, I just want to encourage everyone, literally, don't get frustrated if I don't think there's anything that he doesn't discuss in there.
Launch
So
date.
I encourage everyone to.
That's this lady speaking.
Thank you very much. No, thank you very much for that, Kim. Obviously, if anybody needs to do something and they can't find it on your YouTube channel, I clearly haven't made a video for it. So reach out to me and let me know. And I'll make a video. Obviously, once we go live, I'll be making quite a few more to start with. To it's great to hear. Any other questions? No, no other questions.
Okay.
Joe, this is Beatrice.
Hold on, somebody else started talking. Is that Bonnie who started talking?
Yes.
Okay, Bonnie, you go first. Beatrice, I'll come to you afterwards. Anybody else, please put your hands up. Okay, go on, Bonnie.
You mentioned Telegram, and I know how would be a way to contact you
on Telegram. Do you have specific issues to look at?
I just gonna watch the video and then
you want to be able to ask me questions.
Import it and then see. Yeah, something might come up, right?
I'm sending you a direct message
from the mining. Is there a way to
Okay. Thank you.
get the profit?
Okay, I think I know what you're going on about. Yes. Okay, it's always cost effective to mine.
I've just sent you my.
It's not always cost effective to
I got it. Thank you so much.
All right, it's not one process; it's two processes working hand in hand.
Right
now,
hi Joe, that's the same question.
The logic is that you will not harvest until you have an upside.
Now, right to my phone, into my my. Thank you.
The bedroom.
Yes. That's me.
This is like whack-a-mole, I tell you guys. No Shavas. Shavas has been in a meeting for the last hour and he can't get off it to go and dress.
Thank you. Thank you.
The point that he's going to launch. He's not launching. 106 days of no launching excuses. They're no longer a DAO. They're an illegal entity. And these people in here still hoping they're going to get arbitrage trading to make millions of dollars. 86,000 people are meant to be in here.
No, I wasn't.
Because that's how many people they've sold licenses to.
Are you familiar with the there is a token wallet? Are you familiar with token wallet? And are you willing to share how to use that? If
do you mean Trust Wallet?
no, there's something called, I think it's token wallet. Token Pocket. Sorry, Token Pocket.
Oh, Token Pocket.
Yes.
Yeah, I used to use Token Pocket quite extensively a couple of years ago. It's been a while since I've used it. But what do you want to know?
Well,
we're also consuming fuel,
apparently there is
and
a
so
Yes.
my thought was that
hold
if
on
I
just a
just
second. Hold on.
delay that,
There's
since
a
we
way
have the
to
same
use it
halving
where you
cycle
can
as
use
Bitcoin,
multiple
and it's not going to be long
wallets, and you
before
won't have the
number for mining for for BTCC, BFU per BTCC. To wait until at least that, because I would be an invoice, if you would, in BFuel mining now.
Welcome to the mayhem. Welcome to the jungle.
Hello, boss.
To avoid that. That's kind of my thinking.
Hello, boss.
You like my popcorn effect today?
Okay. It's counterproductive.
If I was here by
Every
myself,
second that you are not
I
mining,
would listen to it
you
like
are
this.
not
But I hope other
mining
people
your
listening
coin
don't mind
for the
me
future.
having 3 channels going at the
So,
same time.
If you mine 100 coins
Have you?
while it takes the time to return to value of
I did listen to you on your
$131,
own the other night.
right? That's 100 coins you've missed out of. That's $13,000.
What was that, mate?
Well, you did quite a bit of singing when you were fiddling around on the computer. I dropped off to sleep when we had that WhatsApp the other night after the session, and you carried on. And then Bob came in at one point, woke me up. I can't remember, was he singing? He did something. Daddy boy. He came in and then he disappeared off again.
Yeah, I had no sound for an hour at one point, and then I listened to the back, and I went, "Oh my goodness, I don't know what happened there." But weren't working, so I didn't have myself on stage. So that means I didn't have my sound on stage either. It was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's been a bit sketchy this one tonight, but my internet's not great at the moment, so it might be my
Not
end.
just me.
No, bloody rubbish.
Oh, good. It's actually quite interesting because what we've actually got here, I've actually got a cunning plan here. So if
Have
I
you?
go here, I think I've got a
Baldrick.
Yeah, Baldrick. Cunning plan. So
I have a cunning plan, my lord.
I have a cunning plan. Baldrick, get me a turnip. So what I've got.
It's a good episode now.
Oh, it's brilliant. So I've got a display screen that you can see, and I'm literally cutting and pasting information from Joe's room. And that's, if that lady speaks, I just do a screenshot and drag it into my active desktop. But I don't think Shavas is going to show today. There's no chance of that at all. But they obviously are using this to employ that he's going to come in systems are normal. But it is actually quite breathtaking.
Yeah, he'll want to minimize his time in front of the community, won't he?
Well, every time he opens his mouth, he condemns himself. I mean, yesterday, what did we have? We had, I must go get the picture actually for everyone else, but we had.
Can I say, Danny, that was the best. The first 25 minutes of today's show was, I think, the best intro that you've done. It was concise. It covered everything that people needed to, for a new viewer. It was brilliant. You want to?
Oh, thank you.
Redo that next time. It'd be yeah. Anyway,
it all depends whether you get out of bed on time for me, to be honest, because it's I was sitting there and I had time and I thought, well, I might as well give it a brief introduction because we had 50 people in here. which was
Did you?
absolutely, yeah, which is great. I think it also, you know, like the amount of research that we do is actually quite mind blowing, isn't it? For
Yeah.
what we are versed on now, is we
Yeah.
take for granted. But a lot of the
Yeah.
discoveries we've had along the way have been. I
Yeah.
remember the day when we looked and we found all the code of the website where they were paying people's MetaMask wallets a fixed fee. Now we
Yeah.
read that off like it's common knowledge. We go okay. So we're going live now. So we're going to go back to the main rooms, and the breakout rooms are shutting in 1 minute and 30 seconds. But yeah, so it is a collective information. I mean, I'm really, you know, I know we're a small organization, but we're we're a DAO, aren't we? Oh, no, it's not. We're not a DAO.
We're
are
ahead
we?
of the competition, mate. We're ahead of the competition by the sounds of
Yeah,
it.
well, I actually am a registered company, and I do trade as Danny De Heck Limited, and you can find it anywhere if you look it up. So
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Do you audit your finances?
Yeah, I think we do. Well, what do you mean? Like do a file a tax return? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, as a company, you have to publish your
Of
figures,
course.
don't you?
Oh, that's a good point, actually. So anyone could figure out whether I have a proper company, and they'll see it. I'm not really making a hell of a lot of money out of being a YouTuber. So people think I'm doing this for profiteerial reasons rather than ethical reasons. It does make me laugh. Oh dear. So what do you think is going to happen here? Crypto G, your knowledge is as good as anyone's, if not more. So we've got 78 seconds of going back to the main room.
Yeah. Well,
Shavas
I think
gonna
it's
be waiting for us?
interesting. I think the most interesting place at the moment is that ED wallet, the Shavez gas supply wallet, because that is showing interaction with some new Tabor fund controller contracts. So that, you know, I think that's for anyone out there that's interested in finding out whether they're whitelisted, that's where I would be looking. Maybe that's something you can bring up at some point later on.
So they're still alive, then, aren't they? They're doing something. I mean, I believe
whatever he does, he has to. Yeah, whatever he does, he has to do it through a wallet. So it's, you know, I think when they do go live, because I do genuinely think they have to at some point. But I think Rob's going to have an interesting time because they can't hide the script, you know, the arrays and the structs. That has to be on the front end. So I think Rob's going to have a bit of a field day over the coming weeks.
Yeah, he's not on live at the moment because he said he couldn't control his swear words, but he doesn't want to call it a scam or something. So it's really quite a crap. Hey, we'll go back and turn the audio back on and see what they're discussing.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see what happens. They might be talking about us, mate.
Unlikely.
Back
you,
in Grace's
maybe.
room. Yeah, it has happened. Like, I couldn't believe
That's
him.
Danny.
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
That's Danny.
You do it better.
That's the best ever, that.
Oh, I reckon. And then, and I bet Grace must have known because she was quite good. Oh, so you're the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger, you know? Oh, my God. Couldn't make that shit up, could you? All right, what are we doing, Grace? Give us some sound.
There's no cameras on.
No, I turn the video off sometimes. I get to turn it back on because of I'm trying to get as less stream as possible. So I'll just have a look. But it looks like she's actually put music on. And if I put it into speaker view and there's no speaker, we'll probably just get a blank screen anyway. See? Grace's iPad. So she must use her iPad to play the music. Wonder if that's the one she got when she was struck out as a judge.
Why did she use that?
People, and
Why
search for Grace
did she
Zumba
pick
and
that
Eyewitness News, you'll actually see Grace on the TV, on the telly, being publicly reprimanded as a judge. Go Crypto.
No, it's not important.
Come on, everything you say is important, mate. You got any new videos? Any new videos coming out, mate?
Oh, mate. Oh, come on. What just... You know how much work's involved. It's just.
Oh, I was speaking about it with
I
Rob.
don't know whether I can. I can be
Oh,
bothered
it's
at
a
the
mind
moment.
thing. It's really hard work. So literally, this live thing, mate, is the way to go. You just flick it on and talk. You just got to make sure you don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, but you're good at just rambling on about stuff. I tend to want to be a bit more precise with it. So there'd be lots of periods of.
And I'm not precise, mate.
Well, maybe it would work. I've had a couple of people reach out on the YouTube channel asking me for more information about how to do the sort of tagging and how to understand what's going on. Maybe I should, but maybe I will. Maybe I won't.
Maybe just sing us a song. I've got a wee bit of music for you if you want. You like music?
Yeah.
There you go, mate. We'll play this music instead of their music. Anyone else want to prop on the stage? You're more than welcome. I'll give you the address.
I think we definitely need to get. Maybe I need to produce another sound file for you. I'll give it some more thought.
Oh, you gave it to me, but it got dropped in between Bob.
Yeah, it's difficult to. It needs to be like it's something like the Pink Floyd riff, or there needs to be something really that captures.
Yeah,
I mean, because everything, all of the others capture something about the agents, don't they? So the keyboard for Susie and Bob's.
Well, I'm just wondering if this is actually really May Summer Vu on the stage at the moment, or if it's. Now, what's the chances?
I don't know. It's looking a bit naked, the image. So I don't know. It was just changed.
Definitely Bob.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Jimbo. How you doing, Jimbo? I thought it was Lisa first.
Oh, here he is, the muffler. Regime. Oh,
no. Need an interpreter for him.
We do.
Who's the spy master?
I think it's May Summer Vu.
Oh, is okay.
Actually, I'll ask her if she wants to come online.
I know what the answer will be.
Virtual hand. Okay, well, let me do one of those. Let me find a connection. Reactions. There we go. Watch this.
Four hands up.
Yeah, one of them's me. See what happens, eh?
Shh.
Oh, okay. Oops, forgot down there.
Goodness sake.
There you go. And I was removed.
Danny.
That just shows they watch us, though. Hi, guys. Hey, Grace.
It does. Well, we know that. Yeah. We know that.
Yeah.
It's a shame they don't listen a bit more closely and focus actually on the relevant detail rather than trying to remove. But hey ho.
Yeah.
You can only lead the horse.
Why don't they come on here and answer our questions then?
I know. I was thinking about sending Carl a message actually over the last couple of days. Just surely by now, I know they're so embedded in it and it's difficult for them. But surely by now, he's questioning things.
Yeah, I think he'll turn around in a minute when it's. Oh, here we go.
I feel like telling him to get out now whilst he's got some, something left.
This, mate. I'm ringing Grace at the moment. Listen to the phone ringing in the background.
Oh yeah, sounds engaged.
No answer. It's me ringing Grace.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a normal tone though, does it?
No, but we rang it yesterday and we could hear it ringing in the background.
Oh, excellent.
Now, the fact is, I don't believe they were watching me. I reckon they only have people who they know have answered their hand up.
Oh,
What the hell
right.
did he say?
Okay. Well, it's a possibility. I don't know. Did they not remove you then?
Oh, no, they removed me.
Yeah.
Really? You were dead. Well, you're an idiot.
I'm still here. Just
Yeah, no, you're right. Quite quiet, but I can hear you, and hopefully other people
yeah.
can.
Well, I'm surprised you're not. I'm used to you. I'm used to you. I'm expecting you to be talking, but and then I'm wondering,
I'm trying to be
is my
quiet.
connection?
Tell me off.
Is my connection gone? Well, I can't
Rob
hear
told me.
anything else.
Tells me off
I
about
can't hear.
talking,
I can't hear anything else, Danny.
Oh no.
There's no other audio. It's just I can watch the square boxes flicking around the screen.
Hey, can you not hear Grace?
No.
Damn, mate. Why didn't you tell me that?
Well, yes, I am telling. That's what I'm.
Oh, you tell me now.
That's what I'm saying. It's
fucking hell, mate.
De BTC20.
How's that?
That's better. Do you need some like cut? Do you need some color circle
Yeah, I can't hear you.
stickers?
He drowns out. What's Giannis still doing on here?
Do you need some yellow stickers to put on the buttons?
No, you can't. Yeah, bro. You need to turn your mic right up. Hold up, I got a plan for that.
Do you need some yellow stickers to put on the buttons?
Something like that. Let's try putting you up to 100. Try that now, Crypto G.
Oh, it's Eunice, isn't it?
This is crap, man. Eunice has got issues. I turn your mic up to literally 200% Crypto G, and it does nothing.
Yeah, there's something going on your end, Danny, I'm afraid.
Stream out. Echo off.
I'll have a look at my audio settings.
Well, I'm just playing with them now.
Okay. Okay.
Stop it.
Okay. Thank you, Grace.
That's it.
See you.
Okay. So, Roman Cervantes, please unmute and.
Is that any better?
Question.
Yeah, it is actually.
Okay.
You could literally turn up full whack, and you won't blow out. It might to you, but it doesn't to me. I'd be curious to see what happens because I've got Eunice down quite low.
Roman, unmute.
That's max 200.
I can hear you a lot better.
You and grace for all of us.
But yeah, that's on my settings, not your.
So grace.
How you doing, sir?
Yeah, you sound good. I can hear you.
It's obvious
Here we go.
that where Shavez is at, it's already about to be 12 midnight, and it's going to be Sunday soon. It's obvious we're not starting this weekend, right?
Oh, good on him, man.
Well, nothing is that obvious to me.
Oh, it is to me.
I'm just trying to go ahead and convey.
This is obvious, isn't it?
What my understanding was.
We're all adults. Nobody here is under 18. Let us
She
have
might as
it.
well stay quiet. She doesn't have
I
an
really,
understanding.
I can't tell you what I don't know, and I'm not going to, and I cannot speculate. I won't speculate.
All right. It's brilliant.
I don't know,
She doesn't know.
but I believe Shavez has given an update, and what is happening.
Is there an update in the Telegram groups?
And
Anyone?
So just waiting.
Well, there are a couple of updates, actually, aren't there, Danny?
Yeah, you sound good, mate. Is there? Well, I'll go find those. Are they in our room?
Just waiting to go ahead and make sure.
How come I've got
I
an
don't
echo?
know. Are we allowed to say anything?
Of course we are. We're in here, man. Oh, there's our hero of the day, the guy that's been in Dubai, holding hands and hugging and embracing Shavas like he's the Messiah from the Sahara Desert. Moses. No, was it Noah? Who led them through the wilderness? Noah. I should know this. I think it's Moses. No, Moses? Moses led them through the desert, didn't he? For 40 years and 40 nights, and they ate manna. But in this case, they're
Was
eating a
that
boomerang. Oh, hold it. Here's some messages from Bob in the middle.
Was that not the wall of water?
Hold it. We've got messages coming from Bob in the back end of the chat room, and it says this. We got them. Ask Susie. And then it says, guess who called him a girl? Carl. I don't know.
Carol?
Well, Carl. Oh, actually, got him girl Carol.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Carol.
Okay.
Well, really? Oh, that'd be cool.
So they've got some breaking news coming in.
How
News to hand coming soon. Please stay tuned to Avenger News. I'm Danny DeHeck, aka the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. We will be reporting the news that's coming to hand in a few minutes. Please stay tuned.
Oi, boa tarde. Sou o João Marcelo do Brasil.
What the hell was that?
O rapaz pediu para material em inglês. Eu estou precisando também. Meu Telegram, @João Marcelli. Por gentileza.
Actually, lots of sound.
Okay, Grace, let me take it. Okay,
Okay, that might have been me there, okay.
Material en inglés a tu Telegram. Okay, perfecto. Ya,
The guy speaking on the screen has
déjame
paid
mandarte lo que tenemos en
$290,000 for 10 nodes.
@João Marcelli, 2L, letra E, no final.
Okay.
Muchas gracias.
No updates from Susie. Interesting.
Obrigado.
I just did a news introduction about some updates and I've got none.
Okay.
Can't make this shit up.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Giovanni,
Bob.
please unmute.
Okay. I am in Brasilia. I don't speak English very well.
Ooh.
But I need to know when started the program. Today, Charles came or no?
Brilliant. Simple question.
Shavez.
You know,
He doesn't want to speculate.
it appears that he got caught up at the very last minute.
Really?
So I'm just
But we got 1,000 people in the room.
seeing
And this call isn't important then?
with delay.
That's what it sounds like. I might ring up Shavas. I've got his phone number
I
here.
believe that
Give him a ring, eh?
he got caught up right at the last minute.
Did he really?
I have been I had communicated.
Did you not know?
Sounds like she's speculating now.
Understood that he's got caught up in him.
I'm literally ringing up Shavas.
Meetings. So
I'll get him. I'll ring him up, Grace. Here he is.
okay, downtown Fred, and we'll go ahead and.
What would you ask him if he answered?
Downtown Fred, go ahead and unmute.
Hold
it. I can hear you now, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I just have a simple question.
I know you're associated with.
If anyone had any insight as to with the MetaMask,
All right, here we go.
why there are duplicate accounts and
Nice apartment, mate. Shame it's not real. Bit like Boomerang, isn't it?
I know it's not related to Boomerang, but that is one day if anyone had any insight with that.
Yeah.
Come on, Shavas, answer your phone. What do I ask Shavas?
Yeah.
If he wants to go for a pizza.
Yeah, I messaged MetaMask about that earlier in the, I think towards the beginning of the week or the end of last week. And they're aware of the glitch. You may find if you update your app on your phone or your laptop, then it may resolve itself. They said they're working on a fix and it should resolve itself when they update.
Right. Should we ring up Joe now and see if he wants to answer?
Has it been fixed on your end?
I haven't checked. I'm not worried about it. It's just duplicate accounts.
Bringing Joe now.
It's not a. I haven't even looked, to be perfectly honest.
I noticed that too. I was going to ask about that.
Will you really, Grace?
Yeah, it's just a glitch where they've done an update, something's glitched. Now your accounts are duplicated. It's not a problem. As annoying as it may be, but it's not a problem.
The certificate.
They're working on a fix, and I spoke to them about a week ago, so
hey,
they
Bob,
may
you
already
couldn't
have
give me
that
that picture of
fixed,
Lucky again,
might be
could
just
you?
a
Because I
case of
can't find it. I was
updating.
going to bring it up on the screen.
Yeah, you can uninstall your app.
Could you give it to me on Telegram?
Reinstall it.
Don't tell them to do that, Joe.
And then add everything back. Then that will fix the problem.
Will it really?
I was wondering, was that the reason why, as far as a glitch? Because I was trying to create an additional account on my computer, and
Don't do that,
it
mate.
wasn't allowing me to.
Well, MetaMaster said this is a scam and to be cautious and not to connect your wallet, mate. Did you not get the memo?
Amount of accounts that you can add in MetaMask. I'm not sure because I've got 40
they
accounts.
Are talking about
the point where it's saying I can't add any more yet.
Yeah,
but
they are talking.
If you uninstall, uninstall MetaMask, reinstall it, and then add everything back, add all the accounts, add the BTC20 smart chain.
This is the message he should be looking out for.
But you may find you might just need to update the app, and that will resolve it also.
Yeah, they're talking about a different issue, though. I think, Danny.
To fix it.
Look, mate, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
All right, mate.
Oh, I do like the truth.
If you have got your accounts duplicated, yes, it will stop you from adding any more. But as I said, just uninstall, re-import the current wallet, add the accounts back in, and then add the extra one that you wanted.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning for Carl. Hey, we're going to ring up Carl. Haven't rang him for a wee while. Seeing he's there. Be rude not to.
All right.
What's the name of the prison? I'll ring them and ask them to put me through.
That takes care of the questions.
What about Shavas? No show Shavas. Are you kidding me?
One more person here. Sergio Manuel.
Let's ring up Carl.
Please go ahead and ask. Unmute and ask.
Boa tarde, o meu nome é Sérgio Manuel, eu sou de Portugal e tenho afiliados meus que compraram $50 da mineradora. Essa mineradora de $50 dará rendimentos e tem liquidez, pode ter liquidez no mercado, ou dá para fazer rede de marketing multinível.
Oh, here we go.
Hola, Sergio.
¿Tienes?
¿Cómo estás? Ok, los NFTs miners
He's got 10 of them.
tienen un rendimiento
he's got nodes.
En BTCC. Tienen una cantidad de hash rate o de poder de minado
we've got his number, haven't we?
cada uno de esos mineros, que se va a determinar según la cantidad de mineros que estén conectados en la red para minar. Ahora, en la compra de los mineros, si se hace a través de
try ringing Lucky.
Hay beneficios para la red al momento de la compra. Hay un 5% de bono de referido que es pagado y dependiendo de la cuenta de la persona puede recibir bonos binarios. Espero en el futuro, no muy lejano, tengamos personas que hagan entrenamiento en portugués para que puedas venir y estar en los entrenamientos con nosotros. ¿Ok?
Ok,
te voy a mandar mi Telegram para mandarte los videos que hablan de los NFTs y de la mecánica de los NFTs.
¿Está bien? Crypto G?
Tá bem, obrigado, então. Entendi, perfeito.
Something about Shavas isn't coming. You've been scammed. Keep an eye on MetaMask because they've got a warning at the moment that hasn't been updated for 2 months saying this is fraudulent scheme. That's my translation. Oh, and by the way, we've lost our DAO. We're not DAO anymore. We're now illegal.
Okay, Carolyn, go ahead and unmute, and we're just going to take a question from Carolyn and Lima Silva, and that will be it. Okay.
Oh no, Shavas.
Carolyn.
Hello, Miss Grace. This is just more of a comment before we close out. I just wanted to make sure that I said my piece as far as, you know, y'all are doing a phenomenal job dealing with hundreds of people, if not thousands of people from all over the world.
Yeah, waiting for Shavas
you
to turn
and
up.
the techs have handled this so professionally. I've been on several calls, mainly just trying to catch updates.
Oh, really?
But I just want to congratulate all of y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh,
and
that's
I
a waste
think
of
that we just need to
life,
end it
isn't it?
on
Really?
that note.
It's like,
That's fantastic,
oh, that would
Caroline.
have made.
Thank you so much.
Oh, that's right.
That is
Don't
a
forget they
lovely
get 65% of your
recognition,
money when you buy a
and
boomerang license.
we're here to serve.
No, you're here to get
And,
paid, I
on
think.
a volunteer basis.
Volunteer.
And,
65% of your money
enjoy
goes to
it.
these people.
I do. And but if it wasn't for all of you and your tremendous
How much do they
patience,
deserve?
hey, what is
Yeah,
what
true.
are
How
we
much?
here for?
Phones are ringing, Grace.
0.5%.
So thank you all so much for your faith and your
There's a phone.
patience.
That's me.
And
Bring it
you
up.
know, and showing up.
Hey, Grace.
And,
She just hung up on me.
being involved and engaged. Please.
Let's do a video call.
So I appreciate
Phone's ringing, Grace.
any
Hey, Gracie.
suggestions.
Hello.
I
Phone's
always
ringing,
listen
Gracie.
to them and
Hello,
take them
Gracie,
into
Gracie.
consideration.
Phone's
So,
ringing. Hey, I've got a
thank
judge matter.
you. And
That's
I
a bit
will
rude,
learn
ignoring the phone.
Yeah.
Could be important.
an Italian.
Phone's ringing. This is so funny.
Yeah.
As best as I
Yeah.
can.
Go jump off a bridge,
At
Gracie.
least I know how to say danke. Danke schön.
Danke schön.
And
How do you say imprisoned?
merci.
Phone's ringing, Gracie.
Gracias.
Hang up. I mean, no, he's going to hang up. She hung up. No answer. Let's ring her again.
Adios.
When you ring somebody on WhatsApp with a video,
We're
do
going
they
to go
see you?
ahead and end this event, and we're looking to see you. The next event is going to be tomorrow. And that is going to
And
be
the Shavas meeting
as
too?
that training is going to be coming
No answer. She keeps hanging up on me now.
from a master trader. And
Phone's ringing, Gracie.
there's so much information to be gathered from that
So funny.
particular
Phone's ringing, Gracie. Breaking the
from
concentration.
that
That's great.
particular trainer. He could fill, you can fill your notebook. on
Answer
one
your phone,
session.
Grace.
So please make sure to come and be ready
Phone's ringing, Grace.
to learn and be educated. And
What have
this
we learned
industry,
tonight, Grace?
technology,
Right, we've learned
and
nothing.
just this
Educating
particular
about a system
project
that's flat in its face.
and WAS products. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Answer your phone, Gracie, baby.
Thank you
It'll
all.
probably be
for
ringing on
coming.
her iPad.
You're wonderful.
Yeah.
The texts, you know, I love you all.
You do not love me,
they're
Grace.
wonderful. The
Get real.
co-hosts are
Oh, what's that guy?
amazing.
Own it like a boss.
Absolutely amazing. You have no idea how hard they work. Okay, they make me look too good. Okay,
Really?
they do all the work.
She's still going on. I thought she was closing the meeting. Come on, close up now, Grace. Stop dragging it out. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Right, Tobias, let's boogie.
It's Boogie. Oh my gosh, she's going to grind it like a boss.
Oh no, here we go. Do we get the music? Do we?
I would have put my hand up now. Hands going up. Watch this, and I'll get kicked straight away. Turn the camera on. You can't turn your camera on. No. Give it love hearts. Raise my hand. There's my love heart.
Thank you, Lisa.
See my love heart, everyone?
Thank
That's my
you,
heart.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It's a shame you can't have
face.
given her the
What's
finger.
my face changed?
So much.
Give him the bird.
Yeah, I wish I could. You can actually.
Gilvan, thank you so much for being here.
I'm going to be kicked in a minute. Raise hand. Whale.
Andreas, thank you.
Thumb
all
up.
for being
Thumbs
here.
up.
And Michael, thank you, Michael.
Clapping.
Thank you, Patricia. You're
Thumb
wonderful.
down.
See if I can
I
find
need
somebody
thumb
else
down.
while I'm there. Let's do
Thank
it.
you all so much. You
I'm going to do a
guys have
bus.
a great
Oh,
rest
that's
of
not me.
your day.
Have I got
All
kicked out yet?
righty? And
Raise
good
my hand.
earnings.
This is fun. I think I got kicked. Oh, and that's the one that had the sound. I forgot the one that was. I have. The moting. Oh my goodness, it was funny. Oh, actually, might ring her again. She might just answer us, and then we'll have a one-on-one with her. Be quite cool. Gonna pick up your phone, Grace? She'd love to tell me off. I bet she would. Wouldn't that be funny if she picked up the phone now?
What are you going to say to her?
Andy?
Yes?
Yeah, how you doing? It's Danny DeHeck. You may have heard of me. We're just doing some.
No, I'm not heard of you.
Oh, haven't you? Oh, I'm associated with Sam Lee. I know you're associated with Sam Lee.
I don't even know Sam Lee. But at the 7 I'm sleeping.
You've been doing Vend productions. Oh, she doesn't know Sam Lee, but she's left. Do you know who that was? Andy? Well,
Yeah?
hold it. I've got to go on a loop. I've even got fake ringing coming up these days.
It was.
No, that was Nandy. We rang her up.
Seen that a few times, haven't we? It's yeah. I think yeah.
I think there's an opportunity here. We've got 40 people in the window, and before you all disappear, guys, if you'd like a rundown of what we've been investigating for the last, I don't know, 6 months now, we've got some pretty, how do we say, some condemning evidence. One thing that we are really proud of at the moment is the fact that they lost their DAO, and the DAO, they did actually get that established. But what that actually means for the organization, they were trying to become a legal entity. And more importantly, a DAO is actually an entity where it changes the liability. If something goes wrong, then they can fall back on their DAO. And I'm just going to bring that up because it's actually quite interesting. But the fact that that's happened is actually quite a big thing. We've been, well, I say we, but the team of Avengers have actually been trying to get them removed as a DAO, but unfortunately the state of Wyoming said that they needed something concrete. So we've been showing that their website was fraudulent, and to combat this, they literally had removed their website from the arena, and by doing that, they actually also took out their, I've forgotten the terminology now, but if you're a DAO, you need to have a public entity of some
identifier.
Sort. Public identifier. So they basically fell on their own sword when they took the website off. And the only reason why they literally took their website off would have been because we exposed them for running a simulation rather than real arbitrage trading. So that sort of, then they had 60 days to actually reply to the state of Wyoming with proper identifier information. But after going through the administrative notice, they actually said that they originally provided fraudulent information. Hence why when they sent them an email, they probably theoretically would have missed it, or they don't have a public identifier, which means they can't correspond with the DAO.
I think that would be one of my first questions to Shavez if he answered the phone. I think that the fact that he didn't respond in 60 days. If you were running a business in the way that he has, push all the Ponzi stuff, and let's just ignore that for a brief second. If he were the CEO managing a company in the way that he has, surely there'd be a vote of no confidence from the board here. He's not turning up to the Zoom meetings. He's not completing the administrative stuff. The audit's not visible, and all of these things. Surely, so I think that would be one of my first questions to him: is why didn't he respond in the 60 days that he was given? That's plenty of time.
And what you're saying is right, because he's actually claiming that they are a proper entity, but in no way are they acting like they're a proper entity. So that would sort of question the fact, and why did they want this originally set up anyway? To move the liability away from an individual such as Shavas. Earlier on, before we started, we did actually show a video of Shavas actually working for, what do they call it, for Hypertech Group. And that might be quite breathtaking for people to actually see. But the ironicness of that is, if I go to my history, I'll probably be able to find it. You can see I've been listening to that lady in the guitar. She's quite nice, that lady.
Why not?
Well, she's very good. I can't find it there. But, there it is right in front of me. Yeah, so this is actually a private video, which I don't actually release to the public. And I do this because I have a team of people. These videos are released to people who want to entrap these guys, not entrap them, but basically condemn them. But here's Shavas, and this video is actually would be 18 months old now. This is Shavas telling you that the corporate structure of Hyper One is actually Hypertech Group, and they've got their tech projects. Now, the tech projects are actually things that we've seen released. Now, I can get rid of a whole few. We've got because the very next video that I could show you is Shavas promoting stable opinion, and that turned into stable DAO. And stable DAO was where a lot of people actually, I think we had somebody in the comment room here actually say they used to sign up for KYC details via stable DAO. And then when Sam went AWOL, they seemed to try to push that away and ask everyone to go to We Are All Satoshi, which ironically was the same company that Sam founded. So then obviously we've got the, and I say obviously, but you may not have been listening to this, but when you go to, we've got a cease and refrain order from the state of California. And in here it tells us that, the We Are All Satoshi brand that is owned by, at that time, Sam Lee, was, not to be, promoted by anybody, at least in the state of California. However, we know that in answer to this cease and refrain order, their website literally was removed, and without notice, this new domain name was set up and the website was back online. And this playing the game of we don't know what we're talking about, perhaps. If you go to the bottom of this website, they asked us just 2 days ago to go and check out the disclaimer. So we're doing that now, as told by Joe or whoever it was. And notice that the style sheets don't load. I'm just going to hold the shift key down on my web browser and hit refresh. And for a start, somebody telling you to go and check out their disclaimer and it doesn't load with the style sheets, it looks pretty hard case. But in answer to the cease and desist order, this is what Shavas wrote.
7. Safeguarding reputation and integrity. This disclaimer is issued with the primary objective of safeguarding the reputation and integrity of We Are All Satoshi Was. It unequivocally states that any allegations linking the company with Sam Lee or any other individual are unfounded and without merit. By affixing my name below, I affirm the accuracy and legality of the contents of this disclaimer. Shavez, CEO, We Are All Satoshi Was.
So he's claiming ownership of We Are All Satoshi Was, and also then you've got the Boomerang product, haven't you? Well, the Boomerang product's really interesting because theoretically that's not even Shavas's. That was meant to be Pavel's. Pavel was the creator of the brand We Are All Satoshi. What I'm trying to say. He's theoretically the person that developed. No, just while I've got that on the screen, I've actually enlarged my screen something stupid in the background pictures. Notice those little wee atoms that seem to float around under the logo. There was a new Ponzi scheme started up by what do you call it? Tammy Jackson the other day, and they had exactly the same thing. Now, what was
Did
that
they?
called? Yes, and there's another company in the UK which I won't bring up. That's meant to be doing money laundering, $6 million going that way, and now they had the same atoms. So it tells is what it's telling somebody like me is these websites. Yeah, exactly right. So let's just bring
Who's
that
the
up.
best buy ever on stage?
You, Bob.
They didn't stand a chance.
What are you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis?
You just lit up Vinny. Like,
Vinny, have we got other action going down that I don't know of yet?
Yes.
But look at this. Just
Always.
Listeners here. This is Tammy. Now,
I was
Tammy
really surprised. Yeah, really surprised at this, Admiral.
Yeah, well, you've got Tammy, who was literally like lucky. Lucky, Tammy and Gobi were basically the new heads of We Are All Satoshi when Sam Lee went crazy and started doing cocaine and all this other shit. And then they took off and did their own thing. The first thing that Tammy Jackson started promoting was Elf Union.
Yeah.
And on the stage, given her a prize. And now here she is promoting Miracle Cash and More. That's just this week, guys. Last week, she was promoting another arbitrage trading platform called Robex. Now,
Well, she didn't know the name of it.
Yeah.
Not the important part. So you can't make this shit up, guys. And honestly, sometimes I feel like we're part of the circus because we're reporting this stuff, but don't think for a minute that we are endorsing what they're doing. It's just the fact that it's so. When you go to Robex, remember the point of me flipping into this screen was to show you. Now the background. Notice the atoms in the background.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Now they were live in a different area. So I think it's when you log in, they come alive. And it's exactly the same as We Are All Satoshi, which is kind of unusual. You'd have to assume. And now I can't see it for looking, but there was a part of this
You found the
website.
sign up link? Did you find the sign up link? And make sure you sign up under our friend Tammy so you get preloaded with $100,000 as a leader.
Yeah. Actually was it this one as well, but they all used the same, or maybe it was the terms and conditions, but I was just amazed that they had the same shit. You know, was it here? Or was it the miracle one? But how many Ponzi schemes and scams do you actually need to promote? Because all of them
There are a couple of ways of saying that as well, aren't there? You can either say it Robex or RobX.
Robex.
RobX.
Yeah. Okay, Pixel's been fed. Okay. Did you make me a cup of coffee?
No, I don't have time.
You didn't make me a cup of coffee. What sort of outfit you're running here? No coffee. Guys. I got the DTs.
You only get a coffee every 4 hours you're on the stream.
So Robex, I like it. I'm going to go with Robex. Anyone else want to? Can we have a DAO vote? Or what's a DAO? It's something that you can lose if you don't have a public. Public identifier?
My hand is up.
God, I do want to go to the other one that we showed you of Tammy's because that did impress me. Because what I'm getting at here, guys, is if one of these here, it might have been Miracle Cash and More, and this just gets better and better. I mean, you can't make this shit up. Miracle Cash and More. Oh, this is the funny thing. I checked in. So when they asked me for the location of Miracle Cash and More, you can actually check into where their building is, and obviously you can see now there's no such thing. But that's quite funny. But the accolades that this company gave, and the things that they said they owned, and they had a casino. They were in every country of the world. They have a real estate company. It just went on and on and on. I'm thinking they just make shit up. But the good news, and this is something you guys wouldn't have heard of, is I contact Oz from Behind MLM, and these last two scams that Tammy's been promoting are going in the review list. Now, this is it here. Right now, so you guys tell me, is it just a coincidence that this website has the same funny things floating around? And I'll have to actually go back and bring this up as was.
It's like a tag, isn't it?
It's a tag.
Leave a tag, don't they?
Like you said, most designers put something either in the code or visual that like, hey, this is my work. Like,
yeah. Hey, Rob, get your ass in here, mate. Get out of bed. Don't have to put your camera on. You can be on your phone. We know you're in the fart sack. Yeah, so that just blows me away. So if you go largy, it doesn't work like that. But somehow before I had it, and it all looked pretty snazzy, didn't it? But yeah, so then I'm thinking, well, if you were to right click on this website and went inspect the code, then I wouldn't be surprised if we found. I remember was actually took. I shouldn't say that. Oz actually went into Hyperverse, and then he opened up Hypernation's website, And when you had one of the login boxes, it still had hyperverse in the code rather than hyphenation in the code. They forgot to update some things, other words. So they're literally doing a rinse and repeat of the website. And I'm sure that if we went to here and you went through here with a fine-tooth comb, there'll be some sort of fingerprint of this website and the other one that we just see. And I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying there's a quite a high possibility. What have we got? Data easing. No, it's not going to be easy to do, but hey, that will give Rob a job to do anyway, won't it? Oh, excuse me. Sorry for coughing over the mic.
Article published 221. That must be when they first made the website. 221.
Yeah, but RobX, what are you talking, Rob? This is your project. I thought we were going to have a DDH. I thought we were going to have a DDH course first.
Are we bringing Rob's X on? Are we?
Yeah.
So if we looked at the new ARB wallet, these are the ones that we really like to look at. Is there anything actually happening in these tags that we have? Why does it not tag itself? This is a contract. I'm just going to bring up a couple of these things where sometimes we see life happening, like the boom, and there doesn't seem to be a contract address for what he's currently doing. So that's
yeah, go and have a look at his. Shall I paste the EFED?
Thank you.
Because what we got it tagged in there.
Well, yeah. So what one was it? Poly. Oh, there it is. I think I've got it. It's
Shavas. I think we've got it.
Oh yeah. But the exciting thing is I've actually tagged. Now, this might sound like I've got a ADHD disorder like Bob's, but I tagged 2,000 people and addresses. So when there's any activity, I mean, if you're over here, you can see that we've got an offline boomer doing activity. So when the website was down, literally there's we've tagged somebody who was on the blockchain doing stuff as 36, and there's 36 people that were active when the website was down. So that means, well, there must be somebody in administration. And then we've got boomers, which are people that were active, but we've tagged them previously. And then as you can see here, we've got 35. And if you come down here enough, you'll see the test account 00. And it's just me tagging. This isn't official tags. But then if you go along and you click on that person, then we can keep an eye on them. So literally they would have to redo everything to hide themselves. And we just follow them around the internet as we don't have a life. So when they claim that something is going to happen, it's quite exciting for us because we just jump onto one of these. Like I think we've got a Boomer Elf version 2. So last activity here was somebody was 41 days ago. So now we click on this sucker here and we can see that they tried to do something clever. They might have been trying to create some simulation of arbitrage trading. You know what arbitrage trading is? Well, it's not what these guys are doing. And you come in here and you can actually see the code, and then you can decode the code, because I learned this from people like Crypto G, even though he's very patiently. So this person tried to do $100 in a stable coin because there's only 8 zeros. Am I getting good or what? Am I right? Not fun. See, so they tried to do $100 in a stable coin because there's only 8 zeros. And then you can come through here and you look. 8? Is there 7? I didn't see 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was right. My brain said 7. So it's $10. There's a $10 trade that failed. Would that be fair? No, it can't be. How come there's 7 zeros or 7 numbers, not 8?
Oh, maybe it's 10 cents.
But there's still only 7 characters there in total, isn't there? Wouldn't there be? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so there's.
I'm looking. Is it
actually,
6 decimals?
It could be 10 cents, couldn't it? Because they, they basically were doing those stupid dollar trades at one point. So we've had a lot of fun in here, and it's not so much fun anymore. I do always go back to Top Trump. Because Top Trump was a guy like us who kept.
I've just put a link in the StreamYard.
Yeah, so Top Trump was a guy like us who kept his mouth shut and managed to get about 50 grand off the platform by, creating all these you know, he knew how the system worked, and he's our hero. And if you really want to come in here with a voice changer on, we'd be happy to interview you. But I just want to.
He hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything with it though, Danny.
He has. He's got $1,500 from investing $14.
Yeah, but that was sent. There were two top trumps, and they both sent their winnings to the same deposit account.
Is it possible?
And it's still sitting there, and it still sits. It's still sitting there. So, I've always thought that was somebody, Shavez, essentially.
Right. Well, that's a bit of
or one of his team, if he has a team.
That's sort of like letting a good story.
But you can tell your story. You can tell your story. That works as well.
So you think it could have been Shavas testing his own system to see the flaws in it?
I mean, you carry on. You carry on, Danny.
Well, I mean, that's a feasible thing, and if you're a proper programmer, and this is the thing is, we watched all these trades, and we're thinking, well, how can this theoretically be the same 9 lines of code that we've gone through with a fine-tooth comb, $3.50 in and $1,900 out?
I think that's the whole point. That's the important bit. Is how is that arbitraging producing the figure in the bottom line?
Of course, but we wanted the dramatized version.
Right. So, are you ready for the triangular arbitrage?
Vibranium.
Oh. Should we just okay, we've got this one.
That's
ready
the trade
to go.
11, isn't it? That one.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the gas fee. So this is theoretically the new one ready to go for the new circus performance.
No, this is a wallet that Shavez uses for admin, and it supplied the gas for quite a lot of contracts and various other deployments in the past. So
okay.
It's just interesting if you look in the transaction history.
Yep, I'll do that. I'll just bookmark this page for next time, because otherwise I'll go, didn't you bookmark that last time? And I go, I was meaning to, but I didn't get around to it. So this is D-Bank, and I would have had this somewhere, I thought. And then we've got it down there.
Yeah, you've got it tagged, Shavez.
Yeah,
gas.
I've got a bookmark now. So now I'm going to go straight there. Have I got it tagged twice? No, I hadn't. So that's great. So where we going? Transactions?
Yeah, and then click on filter scam.
Filter scam. Filter scam. Is it scam?
Yep.
Scan. No, it's scam. But it's called filter the scam.
Is it?
Filter scams.
Look closely. Look closely, Danny. Look closely.
Scam. Wow.
It is.
We can turn it off and on. Oh,
yeah.
All right.
No, you haven't got that.
Yep.
So just have a little look at the most recent activity and see what you make of it.
Where do I see the latest activity? Will it be at the front of the queue?
Well, you're scrolling down. You're scrolling down.
It's 14 removed from whitelist. Oh, look at people removed from the whitelist.
Yeah. So if you want to,
so you could theoretically go and see whether you are whitelisted or not whitelisted or been removed from whitelisted.
Not quite, because this is admin whitelisting. So this is contract ownership whitelisting rather than user whitelisting. But if you click on some of the polyscan, the purple bit on the left, and actually look at what's happening and decode the data on polyscan, then it starts to paint a picture. And there are a couple of contracts that pop up that are quite interesting to look at, because he's actually whitelisting the contracts. And then you can take those to D.Fi and do your usual thing.
Yep. So what you're getting, he wouldn't be doing this activity unless he was planning to stay or try to do something. That's why you come back and say,
yeah.
I just don't.
And I think this is the key. This is one of the key wallets to keep an eye on, because it just seems to be consistently involved with the various contracts that are coming out. And there was one that he deployed only 7-8 days ago.
All right, so I'm going to actually make this. I'm going to re-tag this, and I'm going to put something in it for my brain, and it's going to say Shavas. I'm just going to key key wallet. And then I know.
Well, sometimes I put a couple of stars in front of it, or 1 or 2 or 3, depending on how significant, how important. Give it a VIP 5-star.
Right. It's because this is like God's wallet, going by Shavas followers standards. So what am I looking at here, Crypto G?
Let's make your screen a bit bigger. Right. So so it's block confirmation. Right. Add to whitelist. So he's as functioned by Shavez gas on that contract. So ending C31. If you take that contract address, copy it.
This one here.
Not the Shavez gas. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
A little
how do I copy?
Down the bottom, it comes up again a little bit there. That's it. And then stick that in D.5 and do your usual thing.
D.5 scan.
As long as everyone watching isn't too bored with seeing this.
Well, I've got 15 people. We did have 21 of me. Well, so there's 15 people that really do care about us and what we're trying to teach people. I think obviously the point is something shady's going on here. They're not a DAO. Shavas doesn't have any friend, and Lucky's on the way. Well, hey, where's that picture of Lucky? I was going to bring that up to show people who first class. I didn't save it yesterday. So now I literally go to D5, which if you want to do this at home, you go to DE.FI. You basically put a contract address of, and now it comes up with a name of what the contract is. And somebody's just got excited because it came up similar to a name that we've seen previously. So now we copy that contract. Oh, look at you. I can hear you wetting your pants in the background. So now we come here.
And that's a fund controller, isn't it? Ooh.
Oh, listen to that word.
I wonder what that's going to do. Hey?
Yeah. Yeah. So that could be, could that be transporting money out, or is that a place where people will pay money into?
Oh.
So that's good. So now we've got
controlling funds out for sure.
Yeah. So it's quite exciting for us sometimes because we sit here with like a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle. Look, even Susie's excited. No, you're in here, Susie, because I can see the love hearts. She's the only one that gives me love hearts.
Well, there are a couple of other whitelisted ones as well, Danny, on DBank. If you grab a couple of the others. And
all right. So I did open up 4. I went to this one, and then we've gone there. So now we'll go to this one. And I presume we're going to copy that at the end of the hash. Go back to DeFi.
No. That's a hash. That's not a contract address. Go back to DBank.
Do I copy that one? Copy that one. DBank. Yep. I've opened these already, so that's what I'm getting at. So.
Okay. Okay. But there still is the hash you took. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it right now. Just a bit retarded. I don't like using the word retarded actually because it just makes me feel like I'm. So I'm going to use that word. Now that isn't what we had in mind, so I'm going to put it in the end. It should go and search. There we go.
That's the same
okay,
one.
is that all right, let's just go back here. Okay, I'm going to shut these down as we go. I did that one twice, so now we're going to go to the copy.
That's the same one.
Is it?
That's the same one.
You're reading the 31, aren't you? Okay, let's just go back and start that again. I'm just going to get rid of a few windows here, kids, because it's going to get confusing for Danny. Oh, the meeting ended. Oh, look at that. 106 days of. Oh, there's another. All these warnings. Oh, there's warnings. Oh, there's me. It's me.
You know, my heart actually, every time I see that red screen, my heart just speeds up a little bit.
Does it? That's good, mate. It's,
well, just right. You know, it's that's what it's designed to do, and there's a reason that it's designed to do that.
Yeah, I just like they to recover out of this crap that they're in is actually going to be a big ask. I mean, it's like you can only tell people so many times that MetaMask didn't know what they were talking about. It. Oh, hello, that's a fund controller as well.
MBC.
There we go.
Oh, so look at the deployment. That was deployed on Tuesday, the 4th of June.
Where did you read that? Oh, there. So what are these
underneath
clever contracts? So somebody's writing these, if not Shavas, because in his development team that we've never seen. And that's what we're doing, isn't it? So now I want to click on this, and now I want to add a tag to that one. And that's just something you would keep an eye on. Oh, hold it. That's wrong. That's something that you would keep an eye on.
I definitely keep an eye on the EFED,
the one that
the Shavgas wallet. Yeah, for sure.
So if I was to, it would be no point me bookmarking this.
But if you went back to D.Fi for either of those contracts,
yep. Let's go to this one.
The second browser window with the blue D.Fi, the one, that's it. So can you see just below the actual name MBC Alpha, you just scroll down a little bit, it says contract in a box.
Mm-hmm. No.
That's it. If you actually click on that, yeah, you were on it, Danny. You were on it. Just that's it. Yeah.
My brain is.
If you click on that,
my brain says that's a contact, not a contract.
And then obviously anyone that's interested can look and can read Solidity, can look through this. And if you scroll right down to the bottom, in fact, you don't need to, because you've got the copy button. See, bottom right hand corner of the white box.
Crazy? I mean, this is Danny's
Stick that in chat GPT.
I was going to say that. You just took the words out of my.
Well, here we go. Here's the next thing: is that you not only take that one, but you take that, and you take the fund controller. You copy and paste both of them in, and you ask ChatGPT to compare and contrast.
Oh, right.
And tell you what the differences are. So you can take an old contract, just ask it to tell you what the difference is between the new one, and that will tell you as much as you need to know.
Right. So that there is looking at the code, and now I've just asked it what it does. So I'm just going to get to the bottom here. I mean, I've asked it the Danny question. That's just what does this code do? Because I know nothing. I can't read Solidity. I've got ChatGPT, and now it's is it coming back with the answers? Is it really is? Or is it? Oh my God! So it tells you what it does. So you would go get the original one and then ask them what the changes between the two is.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it depends. If they're both fund controllers, then I'd want to know what the upgrade or what the update or what changes that he's made, and understand why.
Yeah. And this is where you spend 4 years later. Oh my God! What? Yeah.
But I think when the launch happens, if we were to take, because I didn't do it previously, but if you take the front end contract that Rob was working with, and you take the back end contract and pasted both of those in, that would be, because often ChatGPT struggles because it hasn't got all of the detail. But if you add the front and the back end together, then it should understand what is actually going on. So that's going to be exciting.
Right. But there's no point doing that now. Or do we wait?
Well, we haven't got the front end. We haven't got the details. Have we on the UI? He hasn't launched it yet. So
yeah. So when he does, we'd grab that contract, chuck it in there, and then compare apples with the last shit he had with the new shit he's got. Right. Got it. That's great, mate. I mean, this is, like they laugh at us because we use ChatGPT, but when it spits out a logical answer, it's hard to, deny that it makes sense.
We're ahead of the game because we're using ChatGPT. We're not reliant on ChatGPT. We're just using it as a tool to enhance our understanding.
Yeah, it was like
when you're doing when you do maths, I remember back to those few days that you were actually in maths class, Danny. They would ask you to do the work, show you workings out.
Well, I used to say to people, I use a calculator, but once I learned how to use a calculator, I was a demon. So people would say, "Oh, well, you should learn how to do it without the calculator." Well, I'm actually against that. I'm actually with ChatGPT. I know how to write.
You have to have an idea of what answer that you're anticipating it to be, because you can then tell whether it's right or wrong. But if you know nothing and you ask ChatGPT and you're just going to take its answer for fact, aren't you? But if you're actually anticipating an answer and it produces something else, then it's either something you hadn't thought of or it might be wrong.
Rob said, remember why they're trying to launch. Morning, I had a recording session with one of your friends. She said you had become one of her best friends, her bestie. What a laugh. Yeah, we've got a new lady that's been providing us a bit of information lately, which is really exciting. Did you get the photo? We took the photo together. Together.
There's a different contract creator listed on that MBC Alpha Fund controller as well, which is quite interesting.
Hold on, and hold on, I'll just do it if you like. Yeah. Hold on, I am live. I'll just see if May Samavu. What are you up to? Good opportunity for you to pop in and say good day now, if you like. What are we looking at here? What do we do now? Do we keep going?
Well,
through
it just so it says it basic information on the right hand side in a white box with 3 underlined contracts, which the second one down is contract creator. So that, I mean, that might be interesting to look at.
Okay, so this is creator, but theoretically,
yeah. So you can add a tag to that. You add a tag MBC contract creator or whatever your own.
Okay, so you'd go back to here and you'd go MBC controller creator.
Yeah.
Okay, that creator. And when you're looking at other contracts, then all of a sudden that will tag it and go, oh, the same person created that contract and other contracts.
Possibly.
Yep.
And then I'd probably take that contract address and go into debank because, you know, it's just much easier, isn't it?
Right. So now we're going to take that contract address, and you're talking about
the creator, yeah, the contract
so
creator address.
All right. So that's going to be up the top. You go to debank. So I've already tagged it though, so that doesn't make any difference. So if we go here. Oh, this is not a regular.
Yeah, no, you put that one into debank, not d.fi.
Sorry. Oh, and see if they've got lots of money.
Yeah, just see what they're doing. Who is it? Do we think it's another Shavez team wallet?
It's a very nosy thing, isn't it? This, like, there's not much hiding on the blockchain, which is kind of why everyone likes this sort of style, isn't it? Like, no transparent government here, if you know what I mean.
But you do have to be careful if you're holding a large amount of wealth. Then
well, you
don't really want people knowing how much you got, where you live, etc.
So here you've got well, what we've got you here then?
Transactions. Yeah.
If I go to my wallet, I don't have myself tagged. I don't think. How do I find that? Home.
Well.
Always, if I go to it's Shavas Boomerang loader. I don't even think I've got. How do I find myself in here?
Just type in Danny. Are you logged in? Are you often not logged into these things?
Oh, I might be logged into this one, I think. I have to reboot everything so often, or maybe not. Hold it, let's have a look. Debank. How the hell do you see whether you're logged in or not? Homepage. More. New post. More. Portfolio. I can hear you typing. Profile.
I'm just looking for you. I've got it. There we go. Is it 911 or A9?
It's fluctuating.
A91.
It was 620 the other day. And how's my other tokens I've got? WMT going. That's
you're not doing so well, are you? It's about time that you might buy that other $50 worth that you were talking about, dollar cost averaging in.
How would I do that? Oh, there we go. I got a visitor. Your camera's on, guys. Do you want your camera to be on? Is that Vera?
If you look at transactions, you'll see what you did.
Oh, I see. That's
filter
Vera.
scam. Filter scam.
We've got a
filter scam.
Right. Keep your pants on. Jesus, mate.
Filter scam.
Oh, filter scam. I can't even see it for looking. Where is it? Filter
That could be your sound file for me. Filter scam.
Filter scam. I can't believe it's scam and they don't say Yeah, here we go. Right, so what am I looking at? And that will tell you what I do with my money. Hey, we've got a special guest that's just turned up backstage. 2 special guests. Remember Vera? And we're going to put them on stage here. Yeah, so here we go. There we go. You guys are famous now. Look at that. You're on the stage.
Hey.
Hey, it must be quite
How
early in
do?
Australia. What are you guys doing up at 6:30 in the morning?
Now there's a question.
Oh, that might be a personal question. Maybe they're visiting another country.
No, we're at home. We're at home.
We had a few drinks, which led to a few more drinks. And
Typical Aussies, you've actually just got home from the pub now and you're going to bed now. So that's what you haven't gone to bed yet. Is that the one? Yeah.
We didn't know if it was Sunday morning or Monday morning. We had to work that out.
Oh, I know most of the people I talk to live in the past. And I always say, if you want to know the lotto numbers, let me know. Nice to see you guys here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen you for a wee while. What mischief have you been up to?
Did you get our photo?
No, where did you send it? You know me, I've got like so much social media.
Sarah Martin took the photo because
No way.
Vera did a television interview for Sarah.
I did another interview about an hour long with Sarah.
Hey, she's a bit of a dark horse, that girl. She's using all my contacts. They're too scared
Don't
to
tell
put me
Danny
on.
that. Don't tell the Admiral.
All right. So,
She contacted me and said, would you be up for another interview? So they came with the camera crew, the whole works.
Like,
well, how exciting.
I tell you what, I bet they had the sound on when they did the recording, didn't they?
Yeah.
What are you
None of the shoddy Danny work.
Now I'm going to turn your mic back down to what it was. There you go.
I'll leave you guys to it.
No, you're right. Stay here.
She took a photo, Danny, with Vera and I and her, and she said, "I'll send this to my best friend Danny as soon as I get back to the office." But
I'll send her a her a text. And when it was this yesterday? Where's my photo? I'll just send her.
Friday.
Oh, a little brat. Okay, I'll have a look because I actually do get lots of Oh, so what? Yeah, because they said they were doing a mini doco on Hyperverse.
Hyperverse, the victim. How it's affected my life, and all of that. So the whole thing again, what happened, how I got into it, who introduced me, and sort of the consequences afterwards of being scammed and, life.
Good on you for speaking out, Vera. I'm so proud of you because I know you were toying with the idea about an hour before they did the interview with you originally to actually get on a TV and tell your story. I just think that's what we're all about, and it's so awesome that you've done that for other people.
Absolutely, yeah. So although they didn't, the questions that they gave me, I had to repeat the questions, and more so, what did I want to see happen, and that Sam Lee has to be made, answer to consequences, the same as Carl Miller. And they just keep going on, and it's wrong, and something has to be done. Legislation has to be introduced to stop them. Yeah.
Oh, I agree. I mean, the simple one I reckon is that it would be nice for Zoom to actually stop providing the getaway vehicle for these people to run these scams. Something simple like that. I mean, imagine doing Zoom's already been sued for $86 million for something they did wrong in regards to privacy or something. So that, as soon as they started throwing that name around, the lawyer's name, to them, they listened to what I was saying for a while. But now, it's just some simple things they could do to change, to stop people. Like Carl, for example, he's on the dole, for goodness sake. He's got a pay slip. I spoke to his landlord. He tells me that he rents his caravan off him.
Well, I think he's changed addresses because, for his own safety, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You know who he might have shacked up with? There's a lady called Jojo. In one video, he was claiming that he's found some romantic interest in his life. Can you imagine giving old Carl a kiss on the lips? Ooh. But there's a lady out there who thinks he's all right. A bit of scone, you know what I'm saying?
But your last video, it shows him setting up all these, people. You get these people, and you'll be at this level, and you get the benefit of their membership. You know, he doesn't talk about what product, you know, they're selling, just, you know, recruit people and you'll receive this amount of income. So, you know, what the end product is, that he's setting up this chain of membership sort of thing in this pattern, you know, different levels, and you achieve this level, you'll get this much income per day or whatever.
Yeah, and you've got a real valid point there, because I was blown away with the fact that there was another whole side of Carl. I'm not going to play the video, but I'm just going to bring it up for the people video I'm referring to. But it was another side of Carl, and I managed to actually find this video of Carl actually talking about the whole structure of what he's doing.
That's
And
right.
he was literally telling people that he got in early and this is the first time he'd actually been successfully at the top of the pyramid. And it's funny enough, it's only got 65 views. So if you haven't watched it, but that's the video there that Vera's talking about.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And it is actually breathtaking. I get these videos and I put them online and I go, I hope people actually spread this around or share it, because this actually just shows corruption in my eyes.
That could come and bite him in the bum in court one day, that video. That's like an admission, Danny.
Well, that's why I'm putting them online. I'm literally going through and finding everyone, trying to find a video that can. So to prove that's my intentions, this might be a bit alarming for people who think we're starting to get a lot of media attention. We're also starting government agencies that are starting to correspond with us. Rob, who was just in here a few minutes ago, he gave me a letter that he promised I'm not allowed to share people. But the correspondence that email had, I actually put it into the back end of our system where we're actually hoping to give it to people like Netflix, because we've got. So the other video that was really interesting was just done the other day, is I'm actually uploading these videos of people doing historical promotion. So even simple ones like May Summerboo, she's been reaching out to me because she wants to have an interview, because she said I've ruined her life. There was also Carl, this guy here, who said that that Danny DeHeck wants me to get a gun and shoot my head off on stage. I mean, he alleged that he hasn't been able to pay his rent for a month, and it was my problem because I've exposed him. But these guys, then I showed another video of him where he had said Dear John to everyone in the past and then got straight back into promoting the next Ponzi scheme. So these are resting snakes. But this one here was the one I was actually referring to when you mentioned that. This is what we call Robex now. We were calling it Robex, but now we're going to call it Robex because Rob's our mate. But this one here, defrauding through a fake investment scheme, ? Is actually what these videos are all about, because I want to show people that these guys are actually doing the crime right there, right in front of you. And if they played that video in a courtroom, I reckon they wouldn't have a leg to stand on, regardless how I got that video.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we're going to actually, because there's a guy in the UK called DA0, and he started up this wealth club. They just shut that down the other day, but they're looking for reasons to shut people down, but they're using the historical footprint that they have made for themselves to actually quickly shut them down now.
I think a compilation of all of this put together right, you could sell it to Netflix easily, because, you know, this is a present danger that you know, hasn't been picked up by the law, but for people to be aware of, you know, that these sort of things, these different platforms, one is they just change name, but the whole platform thing is the same of recruitment. By recruitment, you'll earn money. But recruitment to what? What's the end product? You're recruiting people for what? What reason?
Sure, definitely.
Yeah. And you're right on the money, Vera. I mean, like Tammy Jackson promoting 2 or 3 Ponzi schemes in the same week. And the message on all of them is this is an opportunity that you don't want to miss. There's a lady that's listening to us right now who's probably in the chat room, and she was living in Aussie. And when you mentioned about the photo, I thought you was actually talking about her, and she's now back in New Zealand. she might want to come on stage, but there's a link there. But if she said that she had invested over $100,000 in these schemes, similar to yourself, but she was actually, every scheme I mentioned, she said, "Oh, I invested in that one. I invested in that one." I said, "Why are you using the word investment? Why are you using the word investment? And then why do you keep doing this?" And she said, "Oh, I just think, either I can trade my way out of it." I mean, you did something similar. I mean, I'll just say to people who are listening, you put $40,000 down on a trading platform, and then you had a 55, I'll just say that quietly, 55,000 down on a trading, and they gave you someone to help you do the trading.
That's right. Yep.
Within 2 weeks, all that money had gone.
Yeah, it was, all invested into Hyperverse. And because and thank goodness, I wasn't willing to introduce anyone to it, they set up my platforms under me. So I had about 12 accounts under my name.
Oh, so the trading platform actually invested in Hyperverse for you?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So it wasn't that you went along to Hyperverse and created your own accounts?
A person, the person that introduced me, Ben Hooper from Melbourne Pawnbrokers, he had an assistant, and the assistant, Adrian, set up all my different accounts.
Wow. I'd love to interview with the ATO and see if he's done money laundering. Because that's what they got Bitcoin Rodney on, because he was creating people's accounts for them when the system was down. And then he was using his HU dollars that he couldn't trade back into real money to create those accounts. And then selling them to other people with real money, and they were paying him cash.
We had him on the phone, but we didn't record it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this Adrian, he admitted everything, but on a phone call, in that he came out of it okay. He made some money, but they both did because I was under them. So all the 12 accounts that I set up, they would have got commission on all of those.
52% of that money would have gone back to those people.
Well, there you go.
I'll send you some. I'll send you some correspondence messages, what he wrote and what we wrote back to him. Danny, you might be interested.
Yeah.
I'm quite excited. I'm still not. I still haven't found a way of making money out of this YouTube thing yet. but the thing is that I feel like we're so close to actually something major happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that the powers that be are sort of holding back. I mean, the fact that I'm going about, you got this Carl Harvinson guy, you've got Tammy, and they're all desperately trying to find the next big thing.
Yeah.
And then I think they're all being watched.
The fact that it keeps going, the same people introduce something else on a different platform.
Like I showed earlier on, I don't know if you're watching.
5,000-6,000 people, when they're bringing 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 people straight in like that, of course they're going to make money. I mean, that's how they're working, isn't it? They're just shifting their list from one project to the next. They come out on the upside, and Christ knows how they deal with everyone losing.
What are they actually selling? They're recruiting people, into this platform, and the idea is that you get more people involved. But what are they actually getting for their money?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe that people just follow them willy-nilly from one to the next. That's the thing that I don't understand. But as Danny says, there's a sort of a cult. There's something spiritual, emotional. It's an attachment to it somehow.
Well,
community thing.
Carl Miller, I think that his latest, all those boxes, that was for the intention of Boomerang when it starts trading. And Shavez would say, I don't know, we're going to have a grand launch or something because things have gone amiss in the background, and we've sorted everything out, and there's going to be a relaunch of a product, and that's what Carl Miller would be promoting, saying, well, get all you people together for when this launch happens, and you'll be trading.
I'm just going to say this to Sarah. Hey, Sarah, where's my photo of Vera?
Yeah, that's that. We did a selfie, and she was quite excited because she has the highest regard for you, Danny. She really
that's
thinks
nice.
you're a
They're
fantastic
besties. They're
guy.
besties. They're
They're
besties.
Yeah, I'll
It's
give her.
a really good friend.
Yeah, no, it is quite cool. I mean, I think, like, honestly, you probably appreciate this more than others, but, when you've talked to hundreds of people like yourself, the first thing they tell me is they don't want to tell their story, on live, and they want to keep it all confidential. And it's like, and by speaking out and saying something about it, I mean, I think you guys are the heroes that do that, because the only way that we're going to expose these people.
Well, something has to be done. Something has to be done. I mean, look, Danny, the end result, and I sort of broke down in the interview, is that I'm 5 months behind in my mortgage payments. Like, it's had a real snowball effect. Yeah, you haven't got this money in the background to draw on, which I would have had.
We can't grow.
Yeah,
That's how we grow, isn't it? It's like when I had my revolving $1 million mortgage. Every time I wanted to do something, I'd dip into the mortgage and then do my new project. My new project made me more money, but as soon as my wife wanted to divorce, all that money went, and I've been poor ever since. but I get it. It's how business works.
That's
and
right.
you
Your wife
and you've
was a
got
hyperverse unit. Yeah, your ex-wife was a hyperverse unit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it dearly. I just wish I didn't spend all that money on horses at the time, but I'll get therapy. I'm still getting therapy on horses. Every time I work in a retail shop, and I meet a lot of people live in the country, and they tell me they've got a lifestyle property, and they have that nice look on the face, and then they say they have horses, and I literally try not to flinch because horses took a lot of my money.
Yeah.
It's like the cheapest thing about a horse is buying the horse. The rest of it is just.
I'm to the point, Danny, where I've started up a GoFundMe page.
Really? Good.
Yeah, I'm destitute. I'm not, I haven't sold everything, but if I do that, well, I'll just be in such a massive depressed state. I don't think, I find it hard to function now, but it would just be so detrimental if it led to me losing everything that I've worked for. It would just be devastating beyond repair.
Wow. Thank you for being so open. Really, that is really amazing. I mean, it just blows me away.
Whether people can relate to it, a GoFundMe page, because I have been scammed, in such a major way, and through Facebook, I met these so-called hackers that could retrieve my money, and I lost more money there. It's just devastating, and the fact that Facebook can let these people promote, they're allowing scammers to promote themselves.
We wrote to Facebook. We actually, one of the correspondents, which I'm not allowed to say anything about, is Rob. We've found adverts on Facebook promoting these Ponzi schemes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's New Zealanders, they're pretty naughty, these New Zealanders. I think Kiwi and New Zealanders have a special bond. Let's talk about the Anzac crypto whaler. Oh no, let's just talk about them. That's
I've just sent you the link to our GoFundMe page, Danny.
Cool. I'll bring it up. But I mean, the thing is that Kiwis and New Zealanders are quite crafty people, and I think if anyone could actually make an impact in these Ponzi schemes and scams, I think we probably could. And by creating public awareness, it's easier to promote. You get more awareness around running a scam than you do fighting a scam. And we'll go and search for Boomerang, and we'll find their official YouTube channel dominating the search results. We'll find all that people that are profiteering, all the influencers that are profiteering for when people sign up, their videos come up before ours. And it's just such a sad thing. Did you hear that some little 14-year-old came into a shop that I was running, and I trespassed him from the shop, and he punched me in the face.
We watched that.
Just so I happened to have it on camera. And then his mate come in with a balaclava on, and he had to go and punch me in the face as well. And when he punched me, I said, "Is that it? Is that your punch, mate?"
You did all right. You did all right.
Yeah, I picked him up and literally threw him out of the shop. I've had 5 million people watch that on TikTok.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I think that might be a good way of promoting your
GoFundMe.
Yeah, just go get somebody to come and get a 14-year-old to punch you in the face. Make sure you can take one for the team, mate. Get Vera to hold the camera for you, and then put it on TikTok and make sure you've got your GoFundMe page up there.
All right.
Oh, look at that. Well, and I'll bring that up now because that's really cool. So, no, good on you guys. I mean, if you do nothing, you get nothing. If you do something, you get something. So this is actually really cool.
And if you read the story we made sure Carl Miller's name was there.
Oh, good on you. It's a wonder they let you put it on there.
Well done.
But it's true. I mean, it's a factual thing. He can't charge me with anything. It's the other way around.
Yeah. Hey, look, that's Crypto G. What's your credit card number, Crypto G? I won't do that live.
Take crypto.
Hey, that's not funny, Crypto. Imagine they do that.
Come on.
Yeah. So
I tell you what, that picture on the picture on the back wall tells a story, Vera.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a listen to this. I want to hear your story. Now watch this. This is how I roll.
Help Vera Gazard rebuild her life after a devastating loss. Dear friends, family, and kind strangers.
Kind strangers. And this is what I'm finding. There's a ton of real kind people out there. Oh my God, Vera, you put your age. What are you doing?
I am writing to you on behalf of my dear friend, Vera Gazard. Vera, a 65-year-old grandmother, has always been a hardworking and resilient woman, running a short-stay holiday accommodation business in Australia. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, her business suffered greatly, and she found herself in a difficult financial situation.
I think this is the thing I get on about, and I'll say it, like when we were going through COVID, this is a major thing to happen to people. And we all sat at home thinking, what are we going to do? We jumped onto Zoom. We found our friends and family. And then the scammers also found that this was a portal into people's homes, into their lives. And it was a time for all of us to reflect what was going on in our own lives. And then obviously a lot of us have been exploited because of what people can do on Zoom. I think Zoom needs to be held accountable to a certain degree.
In an attempt to secure her future, Vera was introduced to a business associate named Ben Hooper, who owns Melbourne Pawnbrokers. Ben convinced her to invest her life savings into a cryptocurrency platform, promising substantial returns. Unfortunately, this was a scam. Vera lost all her life savings, $100,000.
Just stop you there, Daddy. He said to me, if it wasn't for Hyperverse, if it wasn't for his business wouldn't have survived during COVID because there was no walk-in customers, and he said, this has kept my business afloat. So it's something I thought that's got to be big because to keep his business afloat during COVID, that would require quite a bit of money. And obviously, whatever he was, introduced me to, and he simplified it up because I asked for an explanation of what it is, and he said, "With you look at your mobile phone. You can email, you can call London, America, anywhere in the world. It does this, it does that, and the question is, how does it do it?" And you would say, I don't know. And he said, all you need to know is that it works. And that's with his introduction to it. All you need to know is that it works.
And he would have heard that from someone else and he would have used it because you get all these cliches from those sort of, I mean, when I was a Jehovah's Witness and I used to knock on your door on Saturday morning, people would say they're not interested. And then they'd shut the door and you walk away and you think, surely this isn't going to be the fun way to spend my Saturday morning. So then when they knocked on the door and said they're not interested, you would say, are you not interested in Jehovah's Witnesses or is it religion in general? And then they would say, oh, I'll say religion in general. And then you would say, well, I can understand this because religion is responsible for a lot of the mayhem that's going on in the world at the moment. Wouldn't you agree? And that word, wouldn't you agree, sends them down a path of agreeing with you. And
Yes.
they used to think, oh, I'm talking to Danny. And I said, no, you're not talking to Danny. You're talking to an organization called I've got what it is, jdub.org, that trained us on a Thursday night on how to overcome the obstacles that we were put in front of us so we could carry on, we could draw people out. So all these Zoom meetings that I've been watching, I look at them and think they've all had what I call NLP training, or they're all looking for ways to overcome those doubts. They're trying to remove your doubt, and this is what they tell you. And if that didn't work, they would use another heavier strategy. And then if you didn't agree with them, they'll just kick you out. They'll kick you to the side.
During the interview, Sarah asked, was there any due diligence? Did you look up this particular, did you look up Hyperverse? And I did. And in the very beginning, Kalpesh Patel was huge on the introduction. So I looked him up and in fraud, jail, etc.
Yep.
And I questioned Adrian, which was Ben Hooper's underling, had set up all the accounts. I questioned, I said, what about this Kalpesh Patel? Who's been, he's done jail for fraud, etc. And he said, his words were, don't believe everything you read, Vera.
Yeah.
Don't believe everything you read. It's not true.
And it's a nice, gentle voice. He would have said that in nice, calm, don't be alarmed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was.
And just to give you an idea of Kalpesh Patel, I mean, he was involved in a $25 million fraud, and there was 12 businessmen involved, and he admitted guilt. He got fined £330,000 and incarcerated for 12 months. And when he came out, the UK Mirror noticed that he was promoting Hyperverse, and they did this article in the paper called Superman Returns, Super Scammer Returns, or something like that. How much money did he make from promoting himself and the opportunity from that date forward? It didn't slow him down because people were told things like Vera just mentioned.
Well, and I think others must have complained or questioned this Kalpesh Patel because then he disappeared from the promotion of it. He was no longer featured.
Yeah. He's theoretically living on the 56th story of some building overlooking the Majestic Hotel in Dubai. And also, which you may be interested to know, is the Men in Black have told me that they are actually also going to charge him just like they have done with Sam Lee. And that hasn't happened yet. But I also got told that Bitcoin Rodney was going to get arrested. But the reason why they went after him really quick is because he was trying to sell his assets to government agents, and he had a one-way ticket to Dubai, and they actually arrested him in the departure lounge. So the reason why they're going to do that to Kalpesh Patel, I've been told, is that the fact that they want to set an example to other scammers that they will go after them.
I know the upper levels of my pyramid, the head guy, he just bought an apartment overlooking the Yarra River and Crown Casino. So he bought a brand new high-rise apartment in some plush building,
Right.
from his
In Australia. So somebody in Australia, is this not the Ben Cooper guy?
No, above Ben Hooper. So the guy
right.
above Ben Hooper, who was getting all the commissions, like the head box, as in Carl Miller's diagram, the head guy, he bought an apartment.
I'd probably know him. Has he got a wife, blonde haired, shorter? Is it starts with P?
If you said his name, I'd recognise it, but I kick myself for not making note of all these names of these people. But I thought I had no need to.
Well, funny enough, there's a guy called that I've been chasing, Steve Kondos, and he has been promoting Wee Global in the blockchain era, and another one I think called Vera. Not your name, but spelt with an X. Anyway, they were meant to be operating out of the same building, as Sam Lee, and the scams, the software is meant to be produced out of the same, what I call factory of ones that producing all these websites. You see, which is really her case.
The Bitcoin mining. Well, that's what that Adrian, Ben Hooper's underling, tried to introduce me to next, to WeWe Global.
Let's see if I can
But
find this guy. It's interesting. Yeah, sorry.
Because Carl Muller hooked me in first.
We did mention Carl in the thing, if you read it, Danny.
Yeah, no, we're there. Is it Pascal? I wish I could find this guy's name easily. Oh, I'll read the next paragraph of this because it is actually quite interesting. Obviously, reading something when you're sitting right there.
Unfortunately, this was a scam. Vera lost all her life savings, $100,000, and the impact of this loss has had a devastating ripple effect, costing her an additional $200,000 in missed opportunities and financial stability.
Yeah, and I think that's what it does. It takes the wind out of your sails in business, doesn't it, this sort of stuff.
I could have used that money to buy something else to develop and make a good earn from that. And that was, I funded my livelihood and I'd be doing really well at it.
Is it this couple here? Have you seen these?
No, he was an older guy.
Oh, I know who it is. Yeah, I know who it is. He reckons he's a friggin' missionary. I know who he is. Ron.
Could be Ron.
Yeah, I've got a photo of him. I'll just bring. I've lost where we are now. Where's Bernie?
He handed out books of how to become think and grow rich or something or other.
Yeah, I know who it is. I did a video on him, and then they got all upset, and they said I was going to do rude things to me, and I thought, oh yeah, that sounds good. They were going to stop me if I didn't do this. No, really dangerous guy actually. Well, when it's dangerous, he's an old guy who believes he's a missionary of some sort, and he's a bloody Australian again, bloody Aussies. Oh, here he is, Ron. That's his name. Ron. I'll bring him up in a second. I'll just make sure I haven't got his phone numbers present. Would you believe that YouTube don't like it when you put people's phone numbers online? This is him. Now watch this. I believe this is him. Let's have a look at this. This will blow your brains. Let's see if I can bring him up. You gonna go? Where's he gonna go? Hold it. 1 second, please. Call it. Yeah. So this will be interesting. I'm just going to flip the sound on, and you tell me if this is the same guy. It won't be a second. Ooh, caution. Sound. You recognize his voice if you do.
Software space, 987 billion.
All right. But this is about a 6-minute video
Growing at 5 points.
telling you how wonderful his opportunity is of a lifetime and how successful business. He reckons that, it just gets, hold on, we'll see if this is the same guy.
Hi there, my name's Ron. My wife, Avril, and I live in Moama, New South Wales in southern Australia.
Is that him?
No, it wasn't him. No, he's a Melbourne guy. This guy's from New South Wales. It's a Victorian
if you catch his name, let me know.
Yeah.
This one here was an amazing presentation. But this guy's he's theoretically a missionary, and he's claiming that this company was making. I can't believe it. I think it was 50 billion a month, and that's what he's selling. And what he was selling was the opportunity of WeWe Global. He didn't actually mention WeWe Global, but I found out that's what he was pushing. But you know, it's another guy that should be investigated. I mean, I don't understand why they don't investigate these guys and just say, well, can we look at your finances? But they've got to have, like, for use of a better word, probable cause or something to do that sort of investigation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Sarah told us to go to the police to report Carl Miller.
Yeah. Well, I can't sort of stress that enough. What am I doing here? Trying to get you back on the right window now. There we go.
But the way
So,
Danny, the way that I look at it is that if I, went to the police and accused Carl Miller of, fraud, he's introduced me and it was a fraud set up from the start, the Ponzi scheme, he would say, well, I lost money too. He would put himself as a victim also.
Yep. And that's that Jehovah's Witness thing I tell you about. They have an answer for everything, and that's their go-to. I could just about guarantee I know what word's going to come out of their mouth when they say they have lost money. I have too, but you've also made a lot more money. A lot of these guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you continue to introduce this platform to many different people under many different headings.
But that's where Danny's video comes into it. When he's setting up how Adam his chain and the left and the right and all that bullshit, that throws the argument out the window, doesn't it?
Well, it's showing no remorse for previous learnings.
Yes.
And the date of that's before Vera started putting money in with Carl. So it wasn't after. Before.
Yeah, you notice I'm putting the dates on them now because I'm starting to get wiser. About next scam I bust, I'll have it already on the table for the FBI or whatever it is, and I'll say, here it is. What else do you want?
Well, after hybridation, he tried to hook me up to DAO. DAO?
Diversal. It is DAO. You're saying it right, but it's actually, I think they call it diversal. And you can buy a planet there, Vera. You can buy a planet where you can sell land on that planet. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Because my license was expired. My driver's license was expired and he couldn't accept it as ID. That's the only thing that saved me from it.
Is that right? So you needed to give KYC details to get yourself set up there. And then they sell the database of all these people that have forked out money to other people who are running scams.
Well, to Sam Lee, I believe.
Well, Diversal claims to be a separate entity, and they just published, I haven't read it, I must admit, but they published something about how they admit that they bought the database of Hyperverse. But now they've theoretically cut their ties from Sam Lee, and they're saying now they're trying to fess up of all the dirty tactics that they've been doing to build themselves. And they're actually quite prominent at the moment. They seem to be making comebacks. I mean, it's just, but I mean, this is exactly that video that we just had up there. This is exactly what's going to condemn these guys, because they literally, these guys aren't running scared. This is Carl, the proudest punch, sitting here telling people how he set up his business. That knife needs to be put somewhere where the sun don't shine. And if this was the olden days, these guys would be lynched and hung from a tree for providing, witchy poo kind of friggin' scams. What sort of diagram is he pointing here? He's not telling you how to build a house. He's telling you how to scam people.
Yeah, I know. And all those boxes, the head box, the top box is him, but all those boxes underneath represent a certain amount of people that are going to lose money.
Yeah. I don't understand why more people aren't interested in this, but I'm going to put that in the chat room. If anyone wants to share that around, and I just, it does. It always amazes me. But I'm glad I've got these videos. I mean, these videos are going to be gold one day. I can't wait until I sit in the courtroom and provide evidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's talking about it like, grow your group. You'll get this and you'll get that as a commission, and it goes up, etc. And the more that come in under you, the commissions will be. He just talks about what you'll get by, introducing people to the platform, but the platform of what he doesn't say anything about.
Well, that one, the other one that we looked at before was the one of Tammy. And Tammy here basically is funding people's wallet addresses. Now I've got a video that we hacked into, and there was only 11 people in it, and 3 of them were me. And we actually, in there, they're talking about how this company, Roblox, is actually funding people's wallets with $100,000. And that's their left leg. Or I don't understand how this works, but I presume that their left leg is all primed up, ready to rock and roll. That means they don't have to build the business. They don't have to do the groundwork. It's ready to go. Then as soon as they introduce somebody else to it, they get paid the money straight away. The next video.
Was it Carl promoting 65%? If they introduce people, they'd make 65% of their membership money or something?
Well, the funny thing about Carl, we're in two minds with Carl. We think Carl's is probably going to be the guy who is going to be the best informant for the ATO or whoever goes after him, and he's just going to spill the beans and tell everyone, because he's actually, when he came out the other day and said that people will want a refund, but that's going to be tricky to do because the affiliates have already been paid 65% of the money.
Ouch.
So he's saying that the affiliates have had the money, got the money, spent the money, and now you want a refund. Well, we'll have to get the affiliates to refund it first before you can get the refund. And he just blurts all that out like it's common knowledge. And you sort of think, well, why would you do that? And it's kind of like he's an inside informant who's trying to sabotage them.
Or just stupid. Or just stupid.
But by the same token, keep recruiting people to the platform that he says, people want a refund from.
Well, we're still unclear how they're getting paid. And this is where we think the money laundering will start up again, because when we go to the wallet addresses, and if we went to this one here, we've got the income wallet. We're trying to figure out how they're actually, because they want fresh USDT. So that Carl Harvesting guy was promoting a scheme called Hypercosmos. And Hypercosmos was basically saying that we would give you 50% of the take if you get somebody to deposit fresh money using USDT. But when we look at this wallet address here, even 1 hour ago, somebody deposited $50, $91, $55, $51, $51. These are all people that are creating We Are All Satoshi accounts because they can't actually buy a Boomerang license anywhere else other than from We Are All Satoshi. So you set up your We Are All Satoshi account for $50, and then you buy your left leg and your right leg if you want to be one of the ones that recruit and promote, and then you're in the money. However, then you see people who have done the $50 setups, so you'll go down here far enough, and there's two right there, people who've paid $500, which is a Boomerang license.
Have they really taken 140 million? Have they really generated 140 million, Benny?
Well, yes. Well, we've got Crypto G that was just on the stage before, and Susie Stealth, we call her. They have actually been watching these blockchains, like they just sit there and they add up all the totals. We've watched. So, for example, if we were to go to this wallet here is their main wallet. This is where they collect all the money. So 8 hours ago, $10,000 got lifted off the platform. 14 hours, $50,000. So they wait. This particular wallet that we're looking at here had $6 million in it the other day, and $4.2 million, I think it was, got lifted off. And then we follow it, and it finishes up going off to Binance. So Binance should be held liable for this as well. But if you go down here enough,
the ex-CEO of Binance is doing 4 months jail in China. Because he allowed all the terrorist groups to use Binance as their finance platform to make money through Binance to fund their terrorist organizations.
Brilliant. And that's what we want.
And it was proven. And he had to step down as the CEO of Binance because he's in jail doing 4 months.
The skinny bald-headed guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's $400,000 5 days ago been lifted off this platform. And if it was a legitimate opportunity, why has that been lifted off and not kept there? That's they're hiding the money, and you just go through here and see all these transactions all day long.
It's a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yeah, it's hard to comprehend that like even when I say 140 million, like I was tracking $250,000 a day when they were launching just before March the 1st, and they were in Dubai, and they had a stand, and they had the McLaren sign written and all this sort of carry on, which would have been rented.
So who has access to that wallet? Who has
Well, I
access
don't even believe it's Shavas. I just can't. I just think when we watched that video this morning that you see Shavas. Remember Shavas? We think is all Boomerang, and it's not even his. He's working for a criminal network.
Yeah,
So
there's someone high, definitely.
But would have to get something out of it, or else I don't think he'd keep promoting it. So
Well, that's where I got distracted, but that's actually where I was getting to, is the fact that how do they get the money out of it now in real time? Because these people can't, like, I'm spending 80 hours a week doing my YouTube channel. I can't just run on air. So these guys like Carl, who's on the DAO, I mean, there's the DAO supporting them, you know, and how are they getting the money out? We've never found any, you know, like, it's all very well getting paid 65% into the affiliate program for promoting these schemes, but how's that money getting back to the real world? And we haven't tracked any of that. So if anyone that has been involved and knows how that works, reach out to us. But this video here is Shavas talking about how he works for Hypertech Group. The next video, he's working for Stable DAO, Stable Opinion for Sam Lee. And then all of a sudden, we haven't heard about Hypertech Group for a while, but we've got a video of Hypertech Group 2022, perhaps, in Hong Kong, running a board meeting with 20 people in it. That was just after they moved from Melbourne with Sam Lee. And then, so we know there's an organization out there called Hypertech Group. And then not only that, we take it to another level, is we go to this one. And this is, with a bit of luck, something that will load, is a picture of that, the structure of, where is it? Hold it. It's going to come loading. It's downloading. But there's an organizational chart.
the corporate structure of the company, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just downloaded at the moment because it's stupid Dropbox. It's decided that it had to keep it on the cloud. Yeah, but you get the point. So that's always been quite interesting. But who knows? So I mean, if Shavas is green on the job here, and he looks like an amateur, then it's just quite cool. And I've got all these videos that I've managed to get, and I've kept them sort of offline.
Shavas is just the front guy for,
He's head puppet.
Yes, Sam Lee's puppet, I believe, one of.
Yeah, but this is really simple, like, in a way, because we know what we know. Colin Star Capital was actually meant to be Ryan Jew, and then Blockchain Global was Sam Lee, but Colin Star Capital meant to have owned 40% of Blockchain Global. So somebody that we know neutrally together had said that Colin Star Capital wanted to own Blockchain Global. So they did this deal where they were going to pay 400 Bitcoin and $1.7 or $1.5 million and take ownership of Blockchain Global. Now, Blockchain Global owned the exchange that fell over and $58 million went AWOL so far. But what I believe happened, just using a bit of Danny logic, is they were meant to pay to own Blockchain Global, but somehow Ryan Jew got access to all the funds, and basically he's gone AWOL and no one's seen him since. But that's where I believe that Ryan and Sam went their own way. And when Hyperverse started turning into Hibernation, and we had this really sort of dictatorship Mr. H thing going, I believe that was Ryan Jew pushing that. But then when we had Hyper One come out, that was Sam coming out of the woodwork, basically saying, well, I'll go do my own thing. You've ripped me off. I've moved away to Dubai. And he tried starting up Hyper One Group. But I still believe that Hypertech Group has some connection with all this. Because we've got another thing called Hcash Foundation. Now, Hcash Foundation is, I don't know if you follow this, but we've got Hcash Foundation's, what do they call it? Clever wallet system. So this is 4 years old, or you can't see it, sorry. This is actually 4-year-old interface for Hcash. All right. Now, if we go to the modern world and we went to BTC20, which is basically Shavas's network, which is operational today, this is the same looking software. Now, this isn't standard software. This is custom built stuff. So this is today, and this was back in Hcash. They're exactly the same.
They just changed the color.
Yeah, because they're operating different blockchains. So when you go back to this chart here and you see Hcash, this is the same development company playing around. It's not rocket science to me. But then you come down here and you've got things like the strategic partnership level. This is and they used to have this thing called Hyper Community where you could tune in on Saturday mornings where I used to grab all the videos. And this is the community, and this is this is their promotion arm.
Well, they can't use DA0 anymore because didn't Shavez go to a state in America that allowed certain things, but they didn't approve what he put forward?
Oh, you're just talking like a boss now there. So this is it here, what you just talked about. Just so happens I've got it at my fingertips. So they were trying to set up a DAO called Affiliate Marketing 3.0. Right. Now
there's only one state in America that allows DAOs.
Yeah, Wyoming, I should say. The real funny thing about that is because they lost their unique identifier, the thing that people could contact them with. So they took down the website. I can only think that Will might get the credit for that one. But they took down the website because we could show that they were just making all the trading out of nothing. So they reached out to Shavas, and within 60 days, he didn't reply.
Yes.
So now they've put it into inactive. It's failed to maintain a registered agent.
Will they go after him at all?
Well, they haven't probably done any business for a start. And there's no probably filing like annual return. It's right there. So if we go there, because the other day he's raving on about, I don't even think they would have filed an annual return, but he was raving about the other day how they were paying taxes. Just literally 2 weeks ago. I actually forgot about that. Thanks for bringing it up. But these guys were claiming that they were paying taxes or paid tax.
And you've got it.
That was the case. They would have known that their entity was jeopardized because they hadn't got their data there. You know what I mean?
Speaking of paying taxes, I've had sort of a delinquent tax agent for the past few years. It hasn't submitted my details of my actual workings correctly to the taxation department. So I owe them a lot of money, Danny. I owe them $130,000 at the moment.
Jesus, Vera.
Mainly in fines and
interest,
reckless reckless action or something.
Oh, right.
Which I have to appeal for a remission of because he has just not submitted my paperwork correctly. I gave him boxes of receipts and they haven't used one. On my 2019 return, it has $1.
Wow.
And we've
And
had
that's because you just get it.
Yeah, we've had $600,000 go through the accounts, and he submitted $1.
Oh my God. How do you find these people, Vera?
Oh, I don't know. I must walk around with some invisible neon sign.
Maybe you need to produce a phone book and tell people if your name's in the phone book, don't use any of these people. Yeah. Oh, I think it's sad. I mean, from my perspective, when that guy was trying to sue me last year in the New Zealand High Court for defamation for 3.8 million, his ploy was he thought I was a millionaire, and he's telling people that were helping him that when they get the money back from Danny to Heck, that they were going to divvy up the money. And then I suddenly realized that when you have no money, no one can really do anything. They can't sue me. I have no assets, and there is an advantage. So I had to laugh to the fact that even like I got legal aid, and my lawyers were so it was a landmark case, to be honest. So they were quite keen to take it on, and it was through my networks that I got these really awesome lawyers. And they were $800 an hour lawyers, and they were willing to work for legal aid at $200 an hour to represent me. But I literally got $800 an hour service from them. But it's still very daunting because you're thinking, well, there is a chance I could have lost my business status, which I quite like my company.
Danny, I won't employ a lawyer because we're in a democratic English-speaking country. Can't I, my lawyer is just going to say what I tell him to, or, I have to provide the facts to him and he represents me. And he doesn't tell the story the same way that I do,
Yeah.
He misses the the total context of it. You know, he may, because
I was going to say sentiment then, because that's what Shavas uses. He says sentiment.
Yeah,
But anyway.
okay. He's missing the sentiment, and
Yeah.
it's the sentiment that I think the magistrate would interpret. You know,
Yeah.
And doing it secondhand, it just doesn't cut it. Not for X $1,000. I don't believe it's worth it. It's just not.
Vera's run a few appeals court.
I've won a few appeals, Danny. I know what I'm doing in a courtroom.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Yeah.
the magistrate does take on, you know, a leniency because they tell him, I can't afford a lawyer. And I speak English, and surely I can convey to you the situation, the problem here, you know, what I've been charged with, going through a red light or whatever. And I have represented myself even from the magistrate court to the county court against 3 policemen that verify I went through a red light. Now, they were all had to give testimony. I thought it was going to be a scam in that they were all going to sit in the same room and tell, you know, come up and with a story and just back each other. But apparently that wasn't the case, because one of them on the second round of testimony said the wrong thing, and the magistrate just struck the whole thing out. Yeah, because they were
lying.
They were lying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, well, I tried to represent myself when this high court thing came up, thinking I could do, because I could prove that it was a scam that this guy was running. However, they said no, they wouldn't. I couldn't do it, so I was forced to. I had to get it signed off by.
You had to engage lawyers, expensive lawyers.
Yeah, and then they said, who are you going to use? And I go, I have no idea. So I rang around and finished up. There's quite a famous guy called David Farrier, and he's been in quite a few documentaries busting scammers, and but he's prominent. So
I bet he charges a packet too.
Sorry,
I bet he charges accordingly.
Well, he did, but they're called. Anyone can look them up. They're called defamationlawyers.co.nz, and Peter was a young guy, and I should know their names because they were so helpful, and they're right at my fingertips now.
Did they do a good job?
They were bloody amazing. Honestly, they were. They were just amazing. They slaughtered them, and we got a discontinuance an hour and a half beforehand. But they said to me that they've complained about 10 hours of your videos, and when and if it goes to the High Court, they'll have to have a jury, but we'll have to sit there and watch all the videos. So because of this, it would be a 5 to 6 week trial. And because of this, we'd need the guy that was trying to sue me to put in $150,000 into a slush fund to back up the fact he loses. So now the court case become not whether we are a scammer or not, it became whether he would put security up for cost. So that was the first battle. And then they said, we don't think it's pretty clear-cut case. We think it would only take 2 weeks, so we're only willing to put X amount of dollars in there. But then they offered to pay all my legal fees, and but then they wanted me to write basically a letter saying they weren't guilty. So, and that was like 4 hours before it went to the High Court judge. So it's a game of cat and mouse. So long story short, we said, no, we're relishing our day in court. Thanks very much. So they filed a discontinuance because they had no choice, because we would have condemned them. But the serious thing about it is 2 months later, I got awarded $27,500 worth of my legal fees. And they said that my lawyers, even though they were normally $800 an hour lawyers working for legal aid for $200 an hour, that they spent too much time defending me against a $3.8 million lawsuit, that they're only going to award like 90% of the costs, which gave us a deficit of something stupid like $8,000. So then that means I don't have to pay all $36,000 worth of the legal fees. They would go after the money from the guy that was trying to sue me, who changed his mind. They asked me for his home address so that they could send the bill to him. And I'm thinking, what the heck? You mean somebody can drag a New Zealander through the New Zealand High Court, and you have no identifier or no way of knowing who is actually doing it? And so to this day, they would have not got their $27,500 back. because they don't know where the guy is.
Wow.
And I think, well, something's got to change there. I mean,
well,
you know,
would have thought the court would have recorded all his details.
His ID.
Yeah.
but their lawyer knows, but because of confidentiality. And then I'm thinking, I'd love to know whether the Hamels, and I knew these guys because they used to come to my business networking groups. But I funny, the lawyers that were representing them in New Zealand, I went to a scam event, and these Australians had come over in suits and ties and trying to scam people in the audience. And their partner, or the company that was in this, that was representing this other crooked guy, who was going after me, he's now works for another company, but he was in the audience. And I'm texting him saying, don't invest in this opportunity because it's a scam. And I'm just here on a reconnaissance run. So he didn't believe me. And he invested money in this scam. 2 days later, it was in the newspaper here that this Australian company had come over and defrauded everyone. So I texted him and I said, oh, so what did you do? What are you going to do now? Now you've invested and ignored me. And he said, oh, we're trying to get our money reversed on the credit card, blah, blah, blah. So when that happened, I said to the guys, well, your own lawyer who's a partner in your company can't spot a scam. How can you guys represent a scammer if you don't know how to spot a scammer? But that was they tried using that against me as well. But they're all dirty tactics, really. But it's just a stupid time wasting thing, to be honest. Yeah. So where to from here, Vera? What's your plan of attack now?
The GoFundMe page. I'm going to reach out. I've Googled the top 10 philanthropists worldwide. Bill, Melinda Gates, Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, Oprah, you name it. I'm going to email it to them, and hopefully something comes
and Danny DeHeck. Don't forget Danny DeHeck, the AKA the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping you'll promote it. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's it's my last resource. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah. The economy is quite bad at the moment as well, which isn't helping everything. I don't know what it's like in Australia. I assume it's pretty much the same. So it's sort of like, I think that it might sound a bit funny, but the scammers are actually finding it hard to make a living at the moment.
No, Look,
they're getting desperate.
I've got no bookings at the beach house over winter. You know, no one wants to go to a beach house in winter.
Can you put the boy out to work?
Doing what? recruiting for Boomerang or something.
Yeah, put him on the streets. Put him in some nice kinky boots. He'll be fine. You're not by King's Cross by any chance, eh?
Holding a boomerang in his hand, saying join
us. Yeah. Oh, well, go to the bus stop and sit there and hand out boomerang licenses. You'd be
Danny,
be good at that, mate.
I reckon after you've done all this work for months and months and months and 80 hours a week and whatever, you and I could set up the best scam.
I've said it many times, because we know how long it takes them to stop. We could have an exit strategy. 2 years is they can't do anything. I got told by the I'll say it, the IRS, that if anything's going to happen, it's going to take 2 years before you see any action from anything you report.
We'll probably get arrested. They'll come through the roof, the coppers.
Arrested and molested. I'm open-minded. Yeah, no, it's just. No, all seriously. So I am seeing stuff happen now. I mean, you look at Sarah Martin, what she's done.
Yeah.
She's got 14 articles that I've last time counted, and they're out there marinating in the search engines. And she's put a base down for Hyperverse, and people are going, "Oh, Hyperverse was ages ago," and I go, "Yeah, but they're starting to report now. They're starting to arrest people." There's Amy.
So big, there was so much money involved. So many people involved,
And anybody that's involved in it in the past, and there's any videos out there, I want them because I'm going to put them on my YouTube channel. And it must be like literally, there was a video that I got given by one of my Avengers of Bitcoin Rodney, and they hadn't actually got a video of him talking about or promoting Hyperverse. But then I put the word out, and next thing I've got this video of him raving on about how much involved, how he was talking to corporate, how many people are involved in Hyperverse, like 1.5 million. And then he goes, and there's 400,000 active promoters of it. And it was just like a totally condemning video showing that he was actively involved in it.
Yeah.
Now, they are not doing him for Hyperverse. They've found that he'll get more time in the clink for going after him for drug trafficking. The next one was money laundering. He was literally taking cash off people, just like your guy, and they were setting up these accounts for people and then handing them over them. They were using fraudulent. Well, they weren't using fraudulent at the time, but they were using money from within the scam to set up these accounts, and then they were trading them for real-time money to people. And now that's money laundering. And the third one is actually recklessly promoting financial opportunities and not having them set up, like selling crypto opportunities with no structure, so to speak. I don't know the terminology, but those three things is what they were going to go after. If one didn't stick, they'll go number two, and if two don't stick, they go number three. So and that's happened just in the last 3 months. And then you've got Brenda Chunga, who's admitted guilt. You've got obviously Sam's been charged. Kalpesh Patel is about to be charged. Hopefully that comes true. I'll be happy. So they're catching up with these guys, but it's 2 years ago. So and the fact that they want the videos, people go, oh, they can't use your videos because you've attained them illegally. And I go, I don't think it's going to matter. It's not going to be like, oh, we can't use this video evidence, because you can have character. I can say I sat there and watched the video. This is what he said.
Yeah, the court looks at the value of the video. If it's something that will help the investigation or prove something serious, they can use it, Danny.
Yeah, well, they have to, because they do it. So, but they hide. They think they can hide behind technology and hide behind a video, or, I mean, it's just there'll be other things. Like, for example, a lot of these people. I know there's a guy called Steve Kondos, and I have information. A very reliable source tells me that he hadn't done a tax return for the last 3 years, and here he is flying back and forth to Dubai like it's a morning commute to work. So all you need to do is he'll get done for tax evasion. Regardless that he's promoting a Ponzi scheme, they'll find that whatever sticks, and that's going to be the fun part.
I'd like to see Carl Miller's tax return.
Well, he's meant to be been in prison before, so I've heard. It could be a vicious rumor. I confronted his landlord at the time and said, "What's the story? Is he been locked up? Is he on one of those registers that you can't see to warn the neighbours who live in your neighbourhood?" And he said, he slapped his niece on the ass, and she took him to court and tried to do him for, some form of sexual misconduct.
I knew he was a pedophile.
Yeah, that's the word I was trying not to use, but I'll let you use that. But then they got thrown out of court. So that's what his landlord said. But then I've got two other people that have known him for years, and they swear back and blue that he's on that register list. And I go, well, I can't really tell people that. Do your own due diligence.
He's a known sex offender.
Could be.
Danny, we had lunch with him, and Vera was trying to she'd lost her logins for some wallet and Hyperverse.
Didn't touch you inappropriately, did he, Vera?
And he was on his laptop, and during lunch, and he spun his laptop around to show me something, right? And
okay.
Up the top, he had like 100 windows open, like it was full. And I saw Pornhub, and I said to Vera later,
"What's Pornhub?"
Yeah, it's like a
every guy knows what Pornhub is, mate.
Oh, okay. and he had 3 or 4 porn sites, and I said to Vera, I said he had porn things open later, and that's why I've always thought he's a creep,
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him. And also, there's the Marcus guy, George Marcus.
Jet ski guy.
Yep, he's we've had stories about him. He goes up and down the beach and tries to give girls a ride on his friggin' jet ski, and he has a spear. And we're talking about not just hearsay. We're talking about a Facebook group of people that he used to be part of, and the people that run these shows are telling us, "Oh, we've watched your videos, and he's shady as hell." He was trying to claim insurance on his jet ski, claiming he hit something, and that was all fraud. But he's disappeared. But he lost $400,000 to Hyperverse.
Did he?
Well, we don't know. It could be the money he made They don't, you know. Then you got Yvonne Henry. Somebody was telling me the other day that she was on a phone call with somebody, telling her that I'd ruined her life. You know, and I thought, well, that's great. And then there's another lady, Kate Hoyt. She's meant to be the one above them all. She's the one that goes to Dubai. And then obviously we absolutely mortified Kate Longley because we've gone after her school where she works. We've gone to the school and said, what the hell are you doing? This lady could be going after grooming parents of children to invest in fake crypto schemes. And she's back. We haven't seen it. I lie. She was around 3 weeks ago, so I heard. But she's not. They're not on the front end of these Zoom meetings anymore. They're hiding.
I reckon they all watch your videos later, Danny.
Hi,
Maybe not.
guys.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, they do. This morning I turned on. I said I was going to turn on put my hand up in a meeting, and within 15 seconds, that I got removed from the Zoom meeting. So it's
I bet Kate Longley is a teacher at that school no longer.
Love to know, but the Privacy Act sort of saves them a lot of the time. But one of the ones that we did the other day was really hilarious. It was a lady called Chantal. What do they call it? Suckerboom. And we went to, on her LinkedIn profile, she's claimed that she's a partner of some company called the Brain Trust. And we, by mistake, we reached out to the Brain Trust in the UK, and they come back and they were really good. They said, oh, no, she's got no association with us. And then I realized she's in South Africa. So we reached out to them. Next thing, on a Telegram group, there was a letter from her basically saying, in reflection to what she's doing, this is starting to affect my personal life. And she called me, the heck, publications have given her some limelight and it's affecting her personal life. So then I found the proper trust and wrote to them and said, do you realize you've got this lady recklessly promoting Ponzi schemes on Zoom meetings who's part of your organization? Can I please, ask you guys whether she's an active part of your organization? Never heard back. But in the meantime, this lady's disappeared. We haven't seen her since. Except, funny enough, she did pop into a Zoom meeting, had a different name, and then got to ask a question, and I recognized her voice. And it was like, so they're trying to hide. So, naming and shaming pays off, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. And it gets
and May
around.
Summervu. Do you know May Summervu? Have you heard her before?
Yeah.
She was Sam Lee's.
Yeah.
So she's on the phone to me quite a lot. I actually just invited her into the meeting before because she demands that she wants to call me a scammer. But, she's threatening me with grievous bodily harm, claiming that she's not as dumb as I might think she is. So then I asked her that question, how dumb is she actually?
No.
But she's telling me I don't know who I'm dealing with and some really nasty people involved. And basically, she's telling me that she's going to take me to this. Additionally, Switzerland has dedicated crime reporting. This is some of the paragraph.
Additionally, Switzerland has a dedicated cybercrime reporting platform, which allows individuals to report cyber-related incidents, including harassment and stalking.
So she's going to go to Switzerland police and report me, and she's got screeds of, things that she's going to do to me. And this is what she says.
This is a private conversation. You have not asked for permission to post all my conversations, and I am not allowing you to post all our conversations in public, so I demand that you take all of them offline.
Yeah, but funny thing is, I'm not in Switzerland. So she's like, I'm a Kiwi. So she's crazy, but she's, she puts all this stuff down and then they remove the posts. So I've been recording the screens and then I've been putting the screens onto an archive so I can keep them.
Well, we were pretty blunt with naming Carl in our GoFundMe page. You'll read it soon. Yeah. We just
Either Ben Hooper or Carl Miller. And if they dare take any action against me, well, that'll be I will, make that my mission to just wipe them off the planet, out of business,
Yeah. I think that's exactly, well, in New Zealand, we're allowed to record any conversation as long as I'm in it.
Yes, that's right. I believe that as long as you're part of the conversation.
Yeah, but the thing is, the truth of the matter is, how can a criminal, get the fly out of your own ointment? Also, get the fly out of your own eye, isn't it? Before you start going after somebody else. just doesn't make any sense. But I don't. Yeah, they can't. Like they've threatened me with Shavas theoretically's already started legal proceedings against me, and they're reading out these disclaimers, basically saying that they are going to go after anybody. Suckerboom.
In which jurisdiction though? In which
Well,
jurisdiction?
none now. An illegal entity is going to go after me, and I'm going, well, bring it on, because I'd like to know what name you're going to do it under. I mean, it's just
And what are the charges?
yeah, exposing them for running
for
a
what
Ponzi
they
scheme or a
are.
scam. No,
Yes.
no, I think it's a bit of a joke, really.
Mm.
What's it say? I'm still in her room. So yeah, I've just got we've got somebody else on stage here, but I'm getting message. Sucker boom, circun boom. Sam Lee was also she's I'm still in her room. So yeah, it's quite active what's happening, but we'll see what happens. I mean, somebody's got to stand up to these bastards, and it's quite entertainment in a way. But I'm sorry that you've you've got a good letter here, so it'll be interesting to see how you go with this, and it'll be interesting to see. So when's that documentary? You reckon that's going to come out?
They reckon about August.
Right.
They do. I know Sarah Martin flew. She actually lives in Adelaide, and she flew over and she interviewed a woman the evening before who lost $5,000
Right.
into hyperverse. So she interviewed her. She interviewed me. So I think it'll be a show of a number of people. Yeah.
Well done. Oh, that's great. Oh, well, good on you. I'm really proud of you, to be honest. I mean that.
Thank you, Danny. I really hope something comes of it. And, I'd like to check on the legislation in Victoria, whether a Ponzi scheme is mentioned. Is it illegal? Like, do they actually have legislation against that?
Well, I wrote to 40 senators and got a reply from one guy who said he would bring it up at the next meeting, because they talked about hyperverse and hyper. They grouped them together. They put with Sam Lee. They talked about blockchain global.
That
The
senator.
ASIC, when they were questioning the lady from ASIC, that was good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I lapped up on that one, but Sarah was all over that. So she gave me the link to the video, and then we watched it. But the point is, after that, I thought I'll write to every, and this is what I was saying, Rob's actually we've wrote to all the government organisations that you can think of, and they've done absolutely nothing about it. So then we've gone to another level where we go after the politicians and the senators, and we're saying, well, do you want to be re-elected next year? What are you going to do about it? What can you do to help us?
Did you write to the senator that was questioning that lady from ASIC? Because he was all over it.
Andrew Blog or Bog or something, Bog, Andrew something. Yeah. Yeah, and they basically, you get their secretaries and you just get a standard email, and they're all the same. And then you go, I have overwhelming evidence of 10 Australians that are heavily involved in promoting these very schemes that you are mentioning, and you are demanding that ASIC do something about it, but they haven't done anything. And then when that lady said, well, we put out a general warning on such and such about crypto scams in general, and that should have been sufficient to save the whole world from getting scammed. It's just ridiculous. That's the sort of stuff. But that was what she literally said. So I think, the things have to change.
They do. They do.
And
And maybe adopt the legislation or part of the law that allowed for Bernie Madoff to be charged.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Because
the
there is levels of differentness, isn't there? It's if we fight one scam at a time, we just have to go through the A to Z of everything you have to do each time. But I still reckon that, you could go after the YouTubes, you could go after the Facebooks, and you could go after the Zooms and go after the utilities, the people that are literally profiteering by allowing these people to use their platforms. I mean, I'll probably lose my YouTube channel and get my life back, which would be great. But at the end of the day, why does Zoom allow people to? Because if you use Microsoft Teams, it wouldn't work. They would cut you off. You can report them straight away, and they act really quick. If you use Skype, same deal. If you use other webinar platforms, even like I use StreamYard, I noticed some scammers the other day using the program that I'm talking to you on right now, and I reported them, and I don't know what happened, but they said thank you very much, and I got a personalized reply back.
Well,
So,
you know, I saw a video on YouTube of Mark Zuckerberg on his 300 million yacht with a 30 million yacht tagging alongside with supplies.
As you do. That would probably be from an ex-Russian yacht, was it? Because a lot of Russian yachts have been confiscated these days.
He doesn't care what people are doing on Facebook. You know, he's making money. He doesn't care.
Facebook's a shocker, man.
Yeah.
You know, like even TikTok, that video, that kid punching me, I got that video removed a couple of times, and I've got a warning on my account because of the violence of my TikTok. And I said, you can't even see the guy punching me. It's my video, and I'm the one that got insulted. So they put the video back. But now I think I looked at it yesterday, and I've had 1 million people look at my video on Instagram. 3 million people have looked at my video on. So at the moment it stands 1.7 million people have looked at my video, and another 1.5. So that's 3.2. And then if I go to Instagram, but they don't. They thrive on this negative stuff. So that's the problem.
What is the? We don't do social media. What is the biggest platform, like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook? What is the one?
The same video that I put on. So I've had 1.4 million people look at my video on Instagram. Now I put that same video on my YouTube account, and it's got 5,000 people. So they're all different content. So if my content was, this particular content was 13 seconds long, and because it was that right type of size, and it was, you know, people watched it over and over again, and then you just get that formula perfect. You put that video on, then then you have, like, I don't have too many followings, but let's say I've got 3,000 people following me, and then they decide to you know, throw it out to the masses. And let's say you're feeding fish. So each platform is different. And if I'm feeding the fish with my content and the fish are biting, then they'll feed it to a bigger group of fish. And then if those fish bite at the same rate, they keep sending out. Yeah, it does. And you can do, it's like we've got 14 people watching us now, and it's been going up and down. I'm streaming on 8 different platforms. My battery's gone flat. I'll just change that. You know, so my content ain't really that good for people at the moment. But if I literally brought out, and if I said the word gun, and I started pulling out a weapon, they would look at the photo in the image and see something, and either they could report it or promote it. And you can probably just about guarantee that they would promote it. We had that shooter that come into Christchurch, and they shot 52 people dead. That was being broadcasted on Facebook, and then all their systems picked it up and got that content removed. But in the meantime, you tell it, you know, like if you held up a picture, like I've got one of my videos at the moment that's going off. Oh, it was one of the McLaren of when Shavas was doing his promotion for Boomerang in Dubai, and it's a 13-second video. I'm just having a look at it, of a McLaren and a lady. And because it had a McLaren and what could be a pretty lady, which I won't say is, because it was lucky, that video got picked up and then looked at like something stupid, you know, like 10,000 times, when my other ones would only be looked at 200 or 300 times. So, you know, it's all commercialism and money that's driving a lot of this stuff, which makes me sort of sick, you know. So I'm just looking at that. Yeah, so this one, actually it wasn't that many, but there's one video that looked at 2,300 times, the one next door to it 460 times, and the one on the other side 616 times. Oh no, I lied, 6,100 times. So that video only got looked at. I'll show you because it's got it on the screen here, so I might as well click a button.
So we've got to make a 10-second video.
Well, yeah, with a McLaren in it. So, have I done the wrong one? It's my mate.
We've got the pretty lady, so we just need the McLaren.
Oh yeah, you'll get heaps of hits. I'm trying to find it now. Oh, that's all gone now. That was good for a second.
So we have to buy
Done lots
McLaren.
of these shorts.
Sorry.
I have to go.
The toy car. This is
There's
my
a
motor.
McLaren, yeah.
This is my transport.
We'll get a
now.
McLaren. We'll get a.
Yeah, you just go. But you know, so what I'm saying is the different media reacts in different ways, and there's no real formula. But you know, if you stood in front of the camera and said I've been scanned, you probably would have to make it interesting. So this video here is looked at 6,000 times.
Well, I've got
So
the formula, Danny. We're going to buy a battery-operated little car for a couple of $100, and the video will say "blonde on McLaren," and Vera's driving it. That'll get a few hits.
Yeah, yeah. And if you're scantily dressed, it'll be quite good. So I'd recommend doing that as well. But that wasn't the video I was actually thinking of. But that was one that got a lot of traction because it just had a McLaren in it. So the glitz glamour. This is the one here. The guy punching me. So this one got 507 views. Bang, punch me. And then in comes his mate on a balaclava. And he punched me as well and broke my glasses. And then it loops, you see. So there was a 16-second video, but that only got looked at 5,000 times on YouTube, but 5 million on TikTok and Instagram.
Because they
So-
have the videos.
Yeah, yeah.
But it didn't change my life, and it didn't really get a story out as such. So it's not really a biggie, you know what I mean?
We've got a video already as the way you're telling it. We'll send it to you, and you give us your opinion. What you think?
Yeah, like something with money, crypto, swimming pool, yacht, maybe McLaren, and a scantily dressed blonde lady, which you can have a go at doing if you like. And we'll see how many visitors we can get. And then you just put it in front of the testing pods, which is your subscribers, and see how much they nibble on it. So then we just need to have if you literally had 100 people standing by, and as soon as that content hit the YouTube, they all go and look at it and interact with it. Like a new toy. Then YouTube will go, oh my goodness, I've just dropped this new content. Everybody's going after it. Let's share it everywhere. And that's how it kind of works, you know, which is ridiculous. But that's it. All right, guys. Well, that's me, I think. And you guys have done pretty. It's so nice to catch up with you guys again. I feel like I know you guys. We must do a beer together one day.
Keep in touch. Keep in touch.
Yeah. Stay in touch. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
I can
no,
help
definitely.
to put these creatures behind bars or face.
Yeah, well, you've done a good job.
You know,
Yeah,
any way I can help.
Yeah, well, next time you're on the media, just keep saying Danny de Heck, Danny de Heck, Danny de Heck, this, Danny de Heck, that. That would just be brilliant.
Danny de Heck, I did in the interview. You know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no, cool. Yeah.
Sarah Martin really got excited about that because Danny de Heck's great, you know, and he's my bestie and photo and send it and all of that.
That's cool. She's too scared to publish me. That's the funny thing. 14 articles. And she said, I managed to get one wee paragraph in one of the papers, way down the very bottom. And she said, because I've got it. So now I've got your name in there. She can argue with the powers that be that we've used his name before and it's been okay. But this is, you know, they're just so scared that somebody would come after me and sue the paper because they, you know, blah, blah, blah.
How can they sue you? You're exposing criminals.
Oh, you know, well, after my first attempt, it's just horrible. You know, the criminals have more rights. It really is like that.
And Danny, you do what you can, please, to get our GoFundMe out to the masses. If you can.
That's right. But we're going halves with the money, guys. When you get your 600,000. Oh no! If you don't try, you're entrepreneurial. If you don't try things, you don't get. And if you don't do, you know, and that's what it's all about.
People that help me, I'm happy to pay commission. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well done. A job well done, I say.
Well, if you the thing that you could be I haven't read it all, as you know, but the thing is that you really want to create as much awareness. I mean, this is what people say, why do you do what you do? And I go, well, I'm here to name and shame because I don't believe that governments are going to do anything about these people. So I actually believe that we need to name and shame these people and make them accountable.
I think eventually, something will happen, and they will have to. They will have to, and they will have to create laws, legislation, and prosecute these people. Really.
Yeah. No, things will have to change. We need change. Embrace change, and the government needs to pull their finger out and do something about these people. And I've got a few ideas. If they want to have me in a government meeting, I can have a few Danny ideas and some things they could do straight away and change this whole industry. It wouldn't, it wouldn't take that much time and energy to do what I'd think, to slow these guys down. Yeah.
And I think the mention of your name, they can't possibly do anything. I don't believe you could be charged because what you're telling is the truth.
Well, I've already had somebody have a go.
Like your $1 million, courtroom thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you a funny story. Did you hear the other day? I rang up the Financial Institute for New Zealand because we were disgruntled that they wouldn't act on something to do with Boomerang. And I rang them up and I said to the lady, hello. And she said, is that Danny DeHeck? And I said, how did you know it was me? And she said, I recognize your voice. And we watch your videos. I said, what? Oh, I said, why didn't you reach out to me and ask me for some evidence? But what their job is, they're actually worried about if a Ponzi scheme is going to affect the economy of New Zealand people, then they want to do something about it. But when it's individuals that have been scammed, they don't really get into it because it's not affecting the economy of the country.
What about the amount of individuals? Yeah.
Well, now we need 10 individuals to come forward and complain. And a lot of people go, oh, no, because I introduced somebody else into it and I'll implement myself. And that's how these schemes are so perfectly, out there. Because, as soon as you refer a family friend or family member to it, you're just as bad as the guy that introduced you to it. And it's just a big chain of stuff up.
And how would a judge be able to determine whether that person is an innocent party that just introduced their mate or whether they're part of the scheme? It's a hard call.
Yeah. And they have actually is kind of like, I remember one guy saying once his name was, he was a radio announcer in Cork FM, Red FM, and his name was Mick McCahey, and he was the voice of Hyperverse, and he talked about how this was the perfect storm. He said in a teacup, because he said they are they're not paying people money, they're giving people rewards, and that there is this is what actually I won't. But somebody we know said that they, because of that clause that they were paying people in rewards, it has actually saved a lot of them from criminal prosecution. Because if they were talking money, because whenever you got into the Zoom meetings with Keith Williams, God rest his soul, they didn't like anyone talking about money. They always said, no, you've got rewards, not money. And because
liquidity.
Well, remember you sign up for a credit card.
Program. Yeah, like frequent flyers.
Yeah. So remember when you go for a job and you go, I don't want to get paid, they have this clause where if you get a job is identified as receiving not just money, it can be rewards as well. And maybe they just need to change the law on that identify payment can be a reward. Like, I'm going to give you a $30 million yacht, if you sell this to your, whatever. I give up. Complicated world now anyway, but things need to change, I think. And I don't think we're too far away from it.
Yeah, well, Hyperverse was selling memberships. They were selling memberships, yeah. That was their premise. So yeah, I don't know.
That's what I like about Boomerang, because they talk about money now.
I even emailed Dana White from UFC.
Okay. Don't know that one.
UFC, watching UFC is very big, in the fighting scene. Well, he bought the UFC for $2 million, and it's now worth $4 billion.
Wow. Yeah, buy some of those shares.
Yeah. I don't think.
All right, Vera.
Yeah. All right.
You rock. All right. We'll see you next time. Thanks for coming on the show. Impromptu.
Yeah,
It's been awesome.
Okay,
all right.
no worries,
I'll cut this into a video actually, and I'll make it.
Take care. Be safe. and
I
keep
will.
going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something big is going to happen. I just feel
Yeah.
it, you know.
I hate to think what it is, but we'll figure it out. That's all right.
I'm on your side, and I will just. No one can shut me up. Honestly, they just can't.
No?
Yeah.
That's the sort of people we need as an Avenger. Welcome to the Avengers, then.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a gun on each hip ready to fire.
Boom, boom. Dirty Harry, move over. I'm coming through. Step in. Yeah. What's that? What did he say? Something. Try your luck, punk. Or something. Remember that? That's what to do.
Fantastic lines. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he did.
Lines. I'll have to remember them. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. You're awesome.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah. Bye. So there you go, guys. That was Vera, who has actually been interviewed recently by the Guardian newspaper. It seems like they've got some article coming out in the not too distant future. Things are happening, which is really cool. I think I'm done for the day. That's pretty cool. When you hear things are happening, it just seems like a slow train ride sometimes, but we sort of have to go with what we've got. And I'm sure we'll get more publicity as time goes on. I just hope we can all survive in the meantime. I don't know what to do with that video. I need to chop that up, but I don't feel like spending hours and hours editing it, really. So I might just republish the start of it. And probably would like to do an introduction just in case I do chop it up. So let's do. The only problem I've got is I can never get Vera's partner's name. For some reason, it just doesn't go into my vocabulary. So I'm just going to go back and see if I can actually get ChatGPT to help me pronounce the name. It's just one of those ones that don't actually work for me. I'm just trying to find I know what I'll do. So just hang 5 there seconds. I have a method to my madness. It'd be nice to see the photo that they got taken with Sarah the reporter. If you don't know who Sarah the reporter is, she's actually she's wrote all the articles about Hyperverse and the like, and the fact that they're actually doing what seems like a documentary of some sort is actually fantastic. So that's going to be absolutely awesome. Might be an opportunity for me to even be some part way connected to that, which is really cool. Now, what have we got? Right, so now I'm going to ask ChatGPT to help me do something. Please help me with the pronunciation of the word. What's the name, isn't it? Name. I don't know if you know, I've got dyslexia. And pronouncing words is just some words I can't pronounce. Let's have a listen.
The name Sadat is pronounced as Sedat, where Se rhymes with Sedat has an opener sound, similar to dot but with a more extended. Let me know if you need any more help with this.
Sedat. I think Sedat. It doesn't sound right though. Sedat. Maybe it's pronounced completely different. Who knows? Sedat. That is not Sedan. Sedan. I think it's Sedan. I'll just have a listen. What do I think?
Sadat.
No, it doesn't sound right. Anyway, so let's have a go here and do something news to hand. Let's see. Okay, let's have a go. I'll just record something. Not off to a good start, Danny. Let's try that again. Welcome to Avenger News. I'm Danny the Heck. Just had an interview with Vera and her partner, Sedan. It's not going to be right. I think I'm going to use it. Oh, I don't think I'll bother. No, that was just quite good. I will chop that up and we will have that in a separate video because I think that was well worth having a good yarn. And Vera, I just want to say thank you for speaking out and coming on the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avengers show and telling us your story and also some insights of what things are about to happen in the future. So there is going to be some more publicity out there. We may get a few more subscribers. So if you are watching this and you haven't subscribed, please do so. And it is 7 minutes past 10 Sunday morning here in New Zealand. And thank you for watching. And I'll see you in the next live.